Rui, a 15-year-old boy who still does not have any magical abilities, is often the victim of bullying from his friend Elena. Elena is Rui's friend, who mocks him in every possible way due to the fact that he does not have any magical skills. On this day, Elena mocks Rui just as usual. In this world, almost everyone has at least some kind of unique magical power, while Rui did not have any, which greatly upset him. In addition, Rui had problems not only with magic but also with sports, which only upset him even more. Unlike Rui, Elena learned to use magic at the age of 3. As she grew older, Elena's magical skills increased. In addition, Rui was even more upset not only by Elena's superiority, but also by the fact that she would never be able to understand all his pain. Elena also trained Rui in magic, hoping that sooner or later he would also be able to gain some kind of magical power. However, Rui was not very happy with the fact that it was Elena who trained him, which the girl did not enjoy. At one point, Rui simply cannot withstand all the pressure that constantly surrounds him. Then he tells Elena that today he wants to practice magic on his own. Elena was surprised by this decision, and she begins a row with Rui, in which she told him that people like him could never learn magic alone, thereby trying to provoke Rui into fighting her. At one point, Elena cannot stand it and tells Rui that since he is unable to use even the simplest magic, then he is simply the same pathetic loser as his dead parents. These words deeply touched Rui's soul, since his parents died a long time ago when Rui was still very young. Then Rui, not holding back all his anger at Elena, tells her that from now on he will no longer date her. Elena could not believe what she heard, which left her simply at a loss. Rui said that he did not even see Helen as a friend, as he was very annoyed by her arrogant behavior. With these words, Rui ran away from Elena towards the forest, while Elena herself could not believe all of the above. After such an unpleasant conversation, Rui was able to reach the forest after some time, where he decided to start training in magic. In preparation for using the spell, Rui attempts to use wind magic. However, Rui, as before, did not succeed, which made him extremely disappointed with himself. Rui was still haunted by what Elena said about his parents. A little later, Rui pulls himself together and continues to try to summon wind magic. After several attempts, Rui again began to think that, as usual, he was not succeeding. Rui also noticed that recently there has been a different atmosphere in the forest. Rui thinks that the atmosphere in the forest has become different because of the monsters that may live in this forest, and he decides to leave the forest as soon as possible. As Rui began to leave, he saw a very strange shining hole in the ground, from which came very strong magic that even he could feel. Rui decides to go back and tell everyone else about the pit, but due to carelessness, he falls into this very pit. After falling, Rui briefly lost consciousness, and a few minutes later he wakes up and sees that he is in some strange place, in which, at first glance, there was nothing. After Rui woke up, he began to remember everything that happened to him before he got here. While Rui was thinking, a beautiful and busty woman in a black revealing robe appeared behind him. Rui was very confused at the sight of the woman because he had never met such beautiful women in his life. Taking a closer look, Rui notices small horns on the woman's head, believing her to be a demon. Rui read in a book that demons are extremely cruel and treacherous creatures that can control very powerful magic. The beautiful woman confirmed Rui's guesses, telling him that he immediately guessed that she was a demon. Out of confusion, Rui somewhat awkwardly introduced himself to the demon and said that this was the first time he had seen such a demon. The demon was very surprised by Rui's courage, despite the fact that in his village the elders told the children about demons, that they are very dangerous for people. Despite this, Rui said that he was apparently not afraid of this demon due to the fact that she was very beautiful. These words made the demon very embarrassed, because for the last tens of thousands of years, no one had praised her for anything, especially for her beauty. Rui noticed how embarrassed the demon was, and he immediately began to ask her forgiveness for such unexpected words. After that, another girl appeared behind Rui, who was smaller and had tanned skin, and she also had a long, scaly tail and wings. Rui greeted the girl, which she did not like, but she was surprised by his courage. After this, the girl introduces herself as the 7th Dragon Queen. After hearing this, Rui was very worried, since dragons were considered the most powerful race in the world. The girl was pleased with the way she introduced herself to Rui, thereby greatly surprising him. After this, the girl asked Rui if he knew who this demon was. After hearing this, the demon remembers that she never introduced herself to Rui. The woman then introduced herself as Destarosa, the 66th Demon Queen who rules over all the darkness and chaos of this world. After this, Rui was extremely frightened and greatly amazed by what he heard at the same time. However, Rui never fully understood whether they could really be the Demon Queen and the Dragon Queen. Destarosa thought that Rui didn't see her as a Demon Queen just because he thought she was beautiful, while the Dragon Queen didn't understand how Destarosa was so easily embarrassed by his compliments. After that, they started having a small quarrel, looking at which Rui thought that they both got along well with each other and were probably even friends. During this quarrel, they both decide to reincarnate and show Rui their true appearance. During the transformation process, Destarosa's clothes were torn almost completely. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen's outfit completely disappeared, and a hard, scaly layer began to appear in some places. At this time, Rui felt an extremely powerful flow of magical energy that he had never felt before. After the reincarnation, the Dragon Queen turned into a huge and formidable dragon, and Destarosa acquired a new, even more revealing outfit than she had before. After that, Rui was completely convinced that there was a Demon Queen and a Dragon Queen in front of him. Rui remembered a legend in which a long time ago there lived a hero who had talents in magic, swordsmanship, and a good-natured character. One day, this hero rid the world of the Dragon Queen and the Demon Queen, thereby saving people from their atrocities, after which he himself disappeared. Then Rui realized that these were the same Dragon Queen and Demon Queen that this hero imprisoned here. However, Rui did not understand why they were not defeated, but only imprisoned here. He then assumed that the Dragon Queen and the Demon Queen were so strong that he could not completely defeat them, but only trap them in this empty space. Then he thought that they might know how they could get out of here, and he decides to ask them about it. After asking Rui, Destarosa tells him that it is simply impossible to get out of here. Then Rui was in despair that he would spend the rest of his life here. The Dragon Queen only added that if they knew how to get out of here, they would no longer be here. After this, the Dragon Queen decides to show Rui her seal, which appeared on her when she ended up here. The Dragon Queen said that this seal was placed on them by the hero who left them here in captivity for many years. She also added that it was because of this seal that their souls are now closely connected with this place. Then Rui began to look for this seal on his body, and as it turned out, he did not have such a seal. Then Destarosa began to undress Rui to try to find the seal of imprisonment on him. As it turned out, Rui really didn't have any seal, and no one knew why exactly he didn't have a seal. Then Rui said that he got here after he fell into some strange hole in the ground. Destarosa thought that he had ended up here due to some strange accident. Destarosa also suggested that he could still get out of here. Hearing this, Rui said that he was ready to do anything to leave this strange place. Hearing this, the Dragon Queen and Demon Queen were surprised by Rui's big promises. Rui, in turn, did not fully understand what exactly they wanted from him. Then Destarosa said that Rui could make a hole in this place through which he could escape. Then Rui said that he could not use magic on his own, and thus he could not make a hole in this space. Destarosa told Rui that he couldn't not use magic at all. Then Destarosa invites Rui to train him in order to increase his magical powers. For better understanding, Destarosa explained to Rui that magic is like a muscle, and the more he uses it, the stronger it becomes. But despite this, if he overdoes his efforts, then his magic can completely run out, and then he can die from it. Destarosa also added that for the most effective training, he will have to bring his condition almost to death as often as possible. Destarosa said that 500 years of training would be enough for Rui, which greatly shocked him, thinking that he simply would not survive. Then the Dragon Queen told Rui that time moves differently here, and that here 1 year is equal to 1 day on Earth. Then if Rui spends 500 years in this space, then only 500 days will pass on Earth. The Dragon Queen said that if they trained him, he could get out of here. Rui thought that they would not help him just like that, and then they said that in return, he would help them get out, and he could not refuse such an outcome of events. The next day, Destarosa began training Rui, which he was very grateful for. Destarosa reminded Rui that it would take him 500 years to master all of his most powerful magic techniques. Rui wanted to know if time really moves in this place, as the Dragon Queen said. Destarosa said that this was true, and that she had once tested it herself using magic. Then Rui remembered the elder in the village who took care of him when his parents died. He thought that the elder there would worry about him, and that after all this training, he would definitely return to him. He told Destarosa that he would try his best to get out of here as soon as possible. After saying this, she pats Rui on the head, thereby praising his efforts. Rui remembered how before his mother died, he also stroked his head, which made Rui feel a pleasant, warm feeling that he had not felt for a very long time. However, Destarosa asked for forgiveness if he did die here, which caused Rui's emotional mood to suddenly change to a more depressive one. During his training with Destarosa, Rui practiced his magical skills for a long time. From such training, Rui crawled to the Dragon Queen completely exhausted. The Dragon Queen realized from Rui's exhausted state that Destarosa was training him very well. Before Rui had time to regain his strength, the Dragon Queen was ready to train him. The Dragon Queen said that she would train Rui not in magic but in a special Qigong technique. The Qigong technique was unique in that it fully revealed the full potential of any magician. There were very few people in the human world who used the Qigong technique, but this technique was not inferior to ordinary magic in power. The Dragon Queen told Rui that if he mastered this technique, he could easily defeat even a dragon. The study of Qigong technique is based on 9 exercises, which are divided into attack and defense exercises. Any person who can learn all the exercises will be able to overcome any difficulties along the way. Rui didn't understand why no one used such powerful magic. The Dragon Queen explained that this technique is very difficult to master. She also explained that in recent years it has become much easier for people to use magic, and that everyone can easily use basic magic, while the Qigong technique needs to be studied diligently for years. This didn't scare Rui much, since for him, training in the Qigong technique should be as difficult as training in ordinary magic. The Dragon Queen also added that to learn the Qigong technique, a person does not need any talent, and all training was based only on painstaking study. Rui said that he will try his best and he can't wait to start training. However, the Dragon Queen did not mention that Rui must memorize everything he will study. After the explanation, Destarosa appeared to them and said that the training program would change every week. The Dragon Queen thought that Rui should learn Qigong before Destarosa had time to teach him how to use magic. 10 years after Rui ended up in the Endless Hell, his magic skills became much stronger. Destarosa was satisfied with the results of her training, but she also understood that Rui needed to continue training. Destarosa noticed all of Rui's progress and saw how he became a real magician. Destarosa was also surprised by how Rui, during all her continuous training, never showed his fatigue. At the end of the training, Destarosa told Rui that he had enough for today, but Rui argued that he could still continue, despite the almost complete lack of magical energy in him. Rui also said that he tried very hard in training, and that he cannot just take it and start resting. Destarosa thought that Rui had an unhealthy desire to master magical skills. Then she decides to tell him that he is trying very hard to prove himself in all her training sessions. She also added that despite how weak a magician he was in his world, all his efforts bring him results. After this, Destarosa decides to transfer some of her magical power to Rui through her magic channel. She explained to him that magicians like him have very little magical power, and therefore she could transfer very little magical energy to him. She also explained that if he did not use this magic, his magical power would weaken, and over time he would not be able to use his magic at all, which scared Rui very much. After this, Destarosa began the process of transferring magical energy to Rui. While she was transferring some of her magical energy to him, she noticed that during all the time of his training, Rui's magical channels had become more stretched compared to other people. After transferring the magical energy, Destarosa kept telling Rui that with every training he and his magic were becoming stronger. At first, such words from Destarosa touched Rui very much, since no one had previously praised him as much as now. A little later, he calmed down and told Destarosa that he was very pleased to hear such warm words of support. Rui also said that he was very glad that he came to this place and ended up with them, affectionately calling Destarosa little sister. She was incredibly embarrassed by what Rui called her, causing her to faint. At first, Rui became very worried about Destarosa, but the Dragon Queen told him that she was just crazy and that she would come to her senses soon. After what she saw, the Dragon Queen told Rui to rest before training with her. During training, Rui was able to do 100 push-ups with a very heavy stone on his back. After this, the Dragon Queen told Rui to rest before the next exercise. She was pleasantly surprised at how the first visible results of her training began to appear. She also drew attention to how, after 10 years of training, Rui was able to master the Qigong technique. While she was thinking about Rui's abilities, she noticed how he, hiding from her, continued to do push-ups, which she did not like very much. She was very unhappy with this behavior, telling Rui that he should never overexert himself. Rui said that because he was extremely weak in his world, he should train as much as possible. The Dragon Queen kept telling him that this was all nonsense, and that his physique was more than strong and resilient, which Rui simply did not believe. He said that he was the weakest and slowest in his world, and that the Dragon Queen would not be able to understand him because she was very strong. The Queen draconically realized that Rui was a child with complexes, and that she needed to somehow fix it. She then tells Rui that thanks to his efforts, his physique is getting stronger with every workout. She explained to him that he considered himself weak only because he simply did not know before how effectively he could use his body. She also drew his attention to the fact that his body has very efficient regeneration and that he should be grateful to nature for the fact that he was born so strong. Rui was very touched by the Dragon Queen's words about his unique physique. After this, he decides to ask the Dragon Queen about what her parents were like. She replied that her parents died when she was very young and that she did not even remember their faces. After this question, Rui began to feel somewhat awkward after his question, thinking that she was uncomfortable remembering it. But instead, the Dragon Queen just grinned and told Rui not to think about it, and that she also had a strong body, which she received after birth. After that, Rui could not contain his emotions and rushed into the arms of the Dragon Queen, thinking to himself that they had a lot in common. She didn't fully understand what exactly was going on, to which Rui replied that she was trying very hard too. After that, the Dragon Queen realized what exactly was going on, and after a short hug, she began to calm him down. After this, Rui felt better and said that at one time the Dragon Queen was the same as he was before, and that he would no longer whine. At this time, Destarosa had already managed to come to her senses, and she understood that everything had worked out for them with each other. In the 100th year of his stay in the Endless Hell, Rui became much stronger, and he could even use some magical techniques. He wanted to show the Dragon Queen his results, and he called her as Rio. Then she remembered how Rui once asked her if she had a name. Before, when she terrified people, everyone knew her as the Dragon Queen, and no one saw her as an individual, and after hearing this, he decided to address her as Rio. Rui distracted Rio from his thoughts, and he wanted to know if his magic had gotten better. Rio said that his magical skills have become much stronger compared to those he demonstrated in previous training. After this, Rio began to praise Rui for being able to master half of all offensive and defensive Qigong techniques in just 100 years. Rui later told Rio that every time she touches him, his heart starts beating faster every time. Rio was shocked by what she heard, while Rui continued to say that her skin was very soft and that it smelled very good. Rui still couldn't stop complimenting Rio, which made her feel more and more embarrassed. After that, she began to beat Rui for what he had just said to her, considering him a pervert. Rui didn't understand what exactly he said about her, thinking that he said too much. At this time, Rio, while still thinking about what Rui had just said to her, was also thinking about how much he embarrassed her. At that moment, Destarosa approached them so that she could discuss some issues with Rio regarding further training. Rui then decides to leave Destarosa with Rio and continue training away from them. Destarosa pointed out to Rio how they had become friends with each other during their training. She reminded Rio of how before Rui was here they would constantly fight each other to the death. Then they both realized how much had changed in the Endless Hell since Rui's appearance. Then Destarosa thought about how everything had become so fun for them from that moment on. After this, Rui decides to turn to Destarosa with a question about his magical abilities. However, instead of listening to Rui, she tells him not to call her by her name anymore. Rui then tries to remember how he should address Destarosa. And when he remembered, he addressed her as little sister, which almost made Destarosa faint. After that, Destarosa attacked Rui with open arms. After this, Rui and Destarosa begin training, in which Rui shows her his abilities in using his fire magic skills. Destarosa was very pleased with how, after 100 years in Endless Hell, his skills had become so strong. However, despite such a rapid growth in abilities, their moment of separation is getting closer and closer. At this moment, Rui runs up to her so that he can find out if she is happy with his abilities. But when Rui ran up to Destarosa, he noticed that she began to cry. Rui was very upset because his little sister suddenly started crying. Destarosa, in turn still crying, hugged Rui tightly to her, telling him that she was crying precisely because of him. Destarosa, not holding back her emotions, promised herself that she would definitely return him to her world, even if they never saw each other again. Over 300 years in Endless Hell, Rui was able to learn to use Dark Flame, one of the most complex and powerful spells. Destarosa and Rio were pleased that Rui was able to master magic that only high-ranking demons could use. Destarosa explained that she transferred some of her magical energy to Rui through magical channels from time to time so that he could use his magical skills more effectively. She was extremely pleased with how quickly Rui was able to master such complex spells. Rio said that Rui was also making great progress in her training and that he had mastered all the Qigong skills. After the training, Destarosa and Rio once again praised Rui for his efforts and determination. After training, Rui commented that it was already late and that it was time for them all to go to bed, which Destarosa and Rio agreed with. A second later, Rui fell to the ground from an unpleasant pain in the chest area, and Destarosa and Rio immediately tried to find out what happened to him. When they removed his outer clothing, they noticed a barely visible gray military mark on him. Rui was scared, while Destarosa and Rio were happy for him because such a mark appears only on professional warriors. Then Rui calmed down and wanted to find out if Destarosa and Rio had similar marks. Destarosa then slightly removed some of her clothing so that Rui could see her mark. She said that it depicted a royal mark, which was higher in status than a military mark, and it showed that the owner of such a mark was worthy of the royal title. Rio also showed her mark on her palm, which signified her membership in the royal family. Then Rui decides to find out what exactly is written on his military mark. Destarosa and Rio read the contents of the mark, and it said that Rui is a warrior of demons and dragons. From what she heard, Destarosa was overjoyed and proud of Rui, and she immediately began to hug him tightly. However, Rio said that this mark is not finished and it needs to turn silver to be complete. Rui felt that in order to complete it, he had to train more and harder. However, Rio said that his current body has reached the limit of what it should be at his age. In the endless hell, no one ages, and therefore Rui's body does not grow, due to which he will not be able to overcome his threshold of the maximum power of his magical skills, and the only way to overcome this threshold is to get out of the endless hell. Destarosa tells Rui that his skills are now more than enough for him to escape the endless hell. Then Rui decides to rest today, and tomorrow he will try to get out. A little later, Rui returns to the small house in which he lived to rest and gain strength throughout all these 300 years of training. In a dream, Rui accidentally grabbed something very large, soft, and pleasant to the touch. When he woke up, he saw Destarosa in front of him in her underwear, whom he had been holding by the chest all this time. Destarosa was pleasantly surprised that Rui immediately decided to grab onto her. This sight frightened Rui very much, and he did not understand what was happening now. After that, Rio, who was also in her underwear, attacked Rui. Rui was still confused by the appearance of Destarosa and Rio, and he still didn't understand what exactly they wanted to do with him. Destarosa then explained to him that since he would be leaving them tomorrow, he and Rio had to say goodbye somehow. Rio said that their power and knowledge is not all they can give to Rui. Then they told Rui that they could also give him his first time. After that, Destarosa immediately kissed Rui, which made him very excited. After the kiss, Destarosa couldn't stop telling Rui how much she loved him. After Destarosa, Rio also began to kiss Rui, thereby showing all her affection for him. After the kiss, Destarosa noticed how embarrassed Rio was, which she in turn denied. After this, another quarrel began between Destarosa and Rio, in which they began to make excuses for the fact that this was happening to them for the first time. Rui could only silently watch their quarrel from the sidelines. After that, Destarosa stopped quarreling, and they were both ready to attack the defenseless Rui. Rui was very confused and frightened by the situation in which he unwittingly found himself. However, Destarosa and Rio could no longer be stopped, and they were ready to continue their pleasures with Rui. The next day, Destarosa and Rio explained to Rui what he needed to get out of the endless hell. Rui just looked at Destarosa and Rio and thought about the day he ended up here. He could not forget those very first training sessions which tortured him half to death. He couldn't forget those moments with Destarosa and Rio when he had so much fun with them. Rui understood that these days of his life had come to an end, and that today he would return home. After this, Rui began to prepare one of his spells, which would create a hole in space through which he would return home. Before Rui creates the portal, Rio interrupts his spell to give him something important. Rio gives Rui his Dragon Fang earring so that he can use it to create a hole in space. Rio tells Rui to take her earring and channel all his magical power into her. Rui took Rio's earring, directed his magical power into it, and instead of the earring, he ended up with a dragon sword in his hands. Rui was surprised by how strong the magical power was coming from his sword. Rio informed Rui that this was not an ordinary sword, but a relic of his father, which was made from his fangs. She also added that there are only 2 such swords in the entire world, and she gives 1 such sword to Rui as a memory of them. Rui wanted to say that he cannot accept such a gift from Rio, but she does not listen and interrupts him. Rio continued to say that she was giving this relic to him for a reason, and that he should fully understand this if he did not want to accept it. Rui then changes his mind and decides to accept the sword, promising Rio that he will treasure it. Rio was happy with Rui's decision, after which she explains to him how to properly use this sword. A few minutes later, Rui was ready to use the sword to cut the space between the human world and the endless hell. Rui began to concentrate all his magical power on the sword, after which he makes a strong and confident swing. After his impact, a large crack appeared in the air from which a bright light came. While the crack was growing and getting larger, Rui had already begun to say goodbye to Destarosa and Rio, not holding back his emotions. Before Rui leaves them, the 3 of them begin to hug each other. Destarosa wished Rui a good journey and to be careful when returning to his world. Rio wished Rui good luck and told him that they would always wait for his return. Ryu could not believe that this was the end, and that after passing through the crack he would finally find himself in his world. He also thought that he would definitely free them from endless hell in order to continue living with them. Before returning to his world, he told Destarosa and Rio that he would definitely free them from here. Destarosa and Rio just looked after Rui, who was already leaving them. A second later, Rui walked through the crack, after which it closed, letting Destarosa know that Rui had left them. Rio told Destarosa that they were now alone in an endless hell for the first time in 300 years. Then Destarosa grabbed Rio and began to cry loudly, which Rio did not expect from her at all. Destarosa couldn't stop talking about how much she was already jumping around the Rui. Rio then began to try to calm her down, thinking to herself that she had never done this before. Rio never ceased to be amazed that the Demon Queen was capable of such emotions. When Destarosa calmed down a little, she decided to ask Rio if she missed Rui. Rio said that she believes in Rui and that she doesn't feel as lonely as she did before they had Rui. After what Rio said, Destarosa's emotions got the better of her again, and then she began to squeeze Rio, calling her cutie. Then Destarosa told Rio that if she felt lonely, then they urgently needed to hug. After that, Destarosa began to tightly hug Rio, who tried to fight her off in every possible way. Rio increasingly wanted Rui to return to them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Rui was between dimensions through which he must get to his world. Rui also really missed Destarosa and Rio, whom he won't be seeing for a while. However, he pulls himself together and thinks that he will definitely save them. A little later, he finds another crack that should move Rui to his world. Then Rui takes out his sword, which Rio gave him, and hits the crack with it to make it bigger. When he widened the crack and went through it, he found himself in the same forest in which he found a hole in the ground through which he fell into an endless hell. It was only seconds later that Rui finally realized that he was finally home. Rui's happiness simply knew no bounds, and he decided not to hesitate and return to his native village. However, during his stay in endless hell, he managed to forget the way home. At first, Rui wanted to get onto the tree and look around, but as soon as Rui jumped, he found himself at a very high altitude. From such a height, Rui was able to look around and see the sea and his native village nearby. As soon as Rui saw all this beauty, he realized what a small world he had lived in before. At first, Rui thought about how he could save Destarosa and Rio, but he was not entirely sure that he would succeed. Then Rui plans to return to his home first, to be sure that nothing has changed there since his disappearance. After arriving home, Rui packed some things and was going to go to a very important place for him. This place turned out to be a large stone, on the site of which Rui's mother and father were buried. Rui apologized for his absence for so long and said that next time he would introduce Destarosa and Rio to them. At that moment, an elder appeared behind Rui, who raised Rui and looked after him after the death of his parents. The elders wanted to know from Rui where he had been all this time, to which Rui said that it was too long a story. Rui apologized to the elder for being gone for so long, and he was very happy to see the elder. Then the elder invites Rui to go to him to give him something warm. Rui created a large fireball and told the elder that he must go. The elder was shocked that Rui could create such a fireball so easily. Rui said that he is fine and that he is not as weak as before. The elder saw unprecedented confidence in his abilities in Rui's eyes, and he also said that he would look after Rui's house. Rui thanked the elder for his concern, after which he went on about his business. While Rui was walking, Elena noticed him and immediately began telling Rui about how angry she was with him. Elena thought that since Rui had returned, he wanted to make peace with her. Rui told Elena that her arrogance had not changed at all during the time he was gone, and that she should finally grow up. Elena was in deep shock from what Rui told her, since before his disappearance he had not behaved so boldly with her. Elena, in a fit of rage, immediately decided that Rui should answer for his words, and she was already preparing to strike Rui. However, contrary to all Elena's expectations, Rui manages to repel her attack without receiving a scratch. Elena was perplexed by how Rui was able to stop one of her most powerful moves. Rui told Elena that she couldn't see anyone around her, and that she couldn't see how people around her were getting stronger while her skills remained the same. Then Elena only gets angrier, and she again tries to inflict at least some damage on Rui. However, despite her fast attacks, Rui still manages to dodge each of her blows. After this, Rui decides to use one of the techniques of the Qigong technique, during which he delivers a powerful kick to Elena right in the face. After such a strong blow, Elena fell to the ground, but even after it, she did not stop commanding Rui, telling him to pick her up. Instead, Rui just says goodbye to Elena, telling her not to get in other people's way anymore. Elena still did not stop shouting after Rui that sooner or later she would still be with him. On the way, Rui remembers a conversation with Dronzer and Rio, in which they discussed a plan on how Rui could rescue them from the endless hell. Dronzer suggested that the first thing to do would be to find some information about the hero who imprisoned them, since only he knows how to remove the seals from them. Rui suggested that this hero must have already died, but Rio said that his relatives or his family might also know how to free them from here. Then Rui decides that when he returns home, he will have to find the hero's grandchildren. Along the way, Rui decides to first find out about the hero's grandchildren from people in Escadoria, the capital of the continent. However, Rui did not know which direction the capital was located, and he decided to find a large accumulation of magic. The technique of searching for magic is more often used by demons, while people need to have a lot of magical energy to master this technique. Rui then concentrates all his power on using this magic to find large concentrations of magic that may be coming from the capital. After using it, Rui finds a large accumulation of magic, thinking that the capital is located in that direction. After Rui discovered the approximate location of the capital, he decides to use flying jump, one of the Qigong techniques that allows him to develop very high speed. Rui only jumped forward slightly, and he was already able to cover a very long distance in a matter of seconds. After several such intense jumps, Rui decided to take a short break. But when Rui stopped, he noticed a large line in front of him, which was moving towards the entrance to the capital. Rui was a little worried because he had never been to the capital before, and he didn't know what to expect. Finally, it was Rui's turn, and one knight demanded that Rui show his migration card. The knight realized that Rui did not have any migration card, and he demanded that Rui leave the queue. Rui was confused, because no one had told him before that he should have some kind of migration card. Rui began to worry more and more every second while trying to somehow get out of the situation. The knight believed that Rui was going to enter the Magic Academy, but Rui did not fully understand what the knight was telling him. Then the knight told Rui to hurry up, since the entrance exam to the academy would begin very soon. Then the knight let Rui into the capital and wished him good luck in his exams. Rui was happy, and at the same time he also did not understand why that knight still let him through. Rui was in the capital for the first time in his life, and he was simply amazed at how beautiful everything was in it. Rui heard from adults that there were a lot of people living in the capital, but there were many more of them than he thought. Rui went to one of the signs so that he could familiarize himself with some of the capital's places. To the right of the sign, Rui saw a shopping area where people were selling various things in the morning. To the left was the very academy that the knight had told him about. Rui always dreamed of getting into this academy and studying there, but now he had no time for that. At first, Rui wanted to find out something about the hero's relatives in the bar, because you can always find various useful information there, but since he was still a child, he would have been quickly kicked out of there. Then Rui thinks of going to the guild, where he can get the opportunity to earn money by completing various orders, and he can also get a migration card with which he can travel to other cities and countries. After some deliberation, Rui decides to join the guild and become an adventurer. Then an old angry woman appeared near Rui, who believed that Rui had gotten lost on the way to the academy. Then the woman grabbed Rui and forcefully dragged him towards the academy. On the way, the woman told Rui that the academy was made to directly compete with the empire, which was becoming larger and larger every year. She also told Rui that he would have no problem passing the exam at the academy without presenting any documents. A few minutes later, they reached the very academy where entrance exams are now being held. Rui already understood that he was now in a hopeless situation, and now he had no choice but to go to the exam. On the other hand, Rui was not at all upset that he was able to get here. After that, Rui walked up to the counter, behind which was one of the teachers who was receiving new students. In the distance, Rui noticed targets floating in the air, where new students showed off their magic skills. One of the teachers told Rui that he needed to show his magical skills, where he could use absolutely any magic. Rui noticed that one girl was completely unable to hit targets with her magical abilities. Rui felt sincerely sorry for her, while the rest of the applicants laughed at her and said that she was completely inept. The next one to show off his magical skills was Rui. At first, Rui wasn't going to show his full power, but he decided to show everyone what he learned from Destarosa and Rio. At this time, the others did not understand who it was and from which village he came here. The teacher gives Rui the command to start, and Rui created a huge fireball that should destroy all the targets at once. The others were shocked by what they saw and did not understand how Rui was able to use such powerful magic. After Rui used the magic, a large gap appeared on the ground, from which a lot of smoke came out. While the others were scared by such magic, Rui was more than pleased with his result. Rui decides to ask the teacher if he managed it, but the teacher at that moment was lying on the ground unconscious. Then Rui decides to ask another teacher if he will be accepted with such skills, to which the teacher fearfully replied that he might be accepted, after which Rui was sent to the next exam. Rui was very embarrassed by the interest with which people around him were talking about him. At that moment, Yuri, one of those who also decided to enter the academy, decided to turn to Rui. Rui didn't understand what a handsome guy like Yuri wanted to know from a country boy like him. Rui greeted Yuri and said that he was very glad to meet them, to which Yuri reciprocated. After meeting each other, Yuri decides to immediately start communicating with Rui on Thai, since everyone here was absolutely the same. Rui was very surprised by Yuri's expressive smile, thinking to himself that girls were constantly running after Yuri. Yuri drew Rui's attention to how many unusual new students were entering the academy this year. Yuri also told Rui that he thought she would be the best among the new students, although Rui did not quite understand who Yuri was talking about. Rui decides to ask Yuri who exactly he is talking about, telling him that he only recently entered the academy. At first, Yuri thought a little, but a little later, he and Rui returned to the topic of conversation. Rui wants to know from Yuri how strong she is, to which Yuri replies that she is the granddaughter of that same hero. Rui was shocked by what he heard, since he did not at all expect that the granddaughter of the hero himself would study here. Then Rui decides to ask Yuri what she looks like, which at first surprised him very much. Almost immediately, the hero's granddaughter happened to be near Rui and Yuri. As soon as she appeared, she immediately asked Rui if he was the same new student that everyone was talking about now. When Rui told the hero's granddaughter that it was him, she told him that he looked extremely pathetic. Then Yuri decides to intervene in the matter, telling her that she has no need to insult Rui. After this, Yuri introduces Rui to Charlotte Udelia, the granddaughter of the legendary hero. Rui immediately recalls moments in his life when he admired the hero and his actions. He also thought that the Queen of Demons and the Queen of Dragons were not at all as evil as they were described in legends, but very kind creatures. Udelia interrupted Rui's thoughts and told him that she would not let some boy just take her place at the academy. Then Yuri tells Udelia that all the exams are already over, and that there is no way to change the situation. Then Udelia puts her hand into her chest and pulls out a white glove. After she takes out the glove, she throws the glove towards Rui and challenges him to a duel. Everyone around was in unprecedented shock that the granddaughter of the legendary hero was challenging a simple village boy. Udelia tells Rui that if she defeats him, he will refuse to continue entering the academy. If Rui still manages to defeat Udelia, then she will become his personal slave. Yuri tried with all his might to dissuade Rui from accepting the challenge because it would be a completely irrational decision. On the one hand, Rui thought that he did not need a slave at all, but on the other hand, he had the opportunity to learn something about the hero from Udelia. Despite persuasion from others, Rui raises his glove and thereby accepts Udelia's challenge to participate in a duel. A few minutes later, Rui and Udelia were ready to begin the battle, while the rest of the students watched the whole thing. Rigus, one of the teachers at the academy, was very worried about the duel, because if there were casualties among the students, he could suffer heavy punishment. Then Yuri reassured the teacher, telling him that he took full responsibility upon himself because he knew that deep down the teacher also wanted to know what Rui was like. However, Yuri said that the teacher should also judge everything, which at first did not suit him very much. After this, Ragus comes out and dictates the rules of the duel, in which the winner will be the one whose opponent loses consciousness or surrenders on his own. The teacher also added that he could end the fight himself if he considered that one of the opponents was no longer able to continue the battle. Ragus also reminded the duel participants that killing during battle is prohibited, after which Ragus announced the start of the duel. Eudalia thought that if Rui surrendered as quickly as possible, the duel would end quickly. After the announcement of the start of the duel, Eudalia took out her sword, with which she was going to defeat Arui. At first, Rui was also going to get his sword, which Rio left for him, but he remembered her words that Rui should only use his sword when there is a real threat to his life. Then Rui changes his mind about using a dragon sword in the duel, and he decided to fight the duel with his bare hands, which surprised Eudalia at first. Eudalia was already ready to strike Rui the first blow, while not forgetting to remind herself once again that she is the granddaughter of the legendary hero. After this, Eudalia ran with all her anger towards the unarmed Rui. Then Rui puts his hand forward and uses the Qigong technique, Golden Cocoon, which completely absorbed all the damage from Eudalia's blow. Eudalia was shocked by how Rui was able to deflect the blow of her sword, which can easily cut through steel. After fending off the blow, Rui says that he is neither the Demon King, nor the Dragon King, nor a hero, nor even the grandson of a hero, but that he is just an ordinary village boy. Eudalia was still shocked by how easily Rui could fend off her attack with his bare hands. The Golden Cocoon technique makes only a certain area of the wizard harder and more durable, while the Steel Cocoon technique made the entire body of the wizard hard, but at the same time his defense was less strong than that of the Golden Cocoon. Also, the Golden Cocoon did not in any way impede the free movement of the protected limb, which made it very effective. Eudalia again tried to inflict at least some damage on Rui, but he was able to easily repel this attack. Eudalia did not understand how Rui could so easily fend off her blows because she masterfully wielded a sword. Then she decides to change her strategy to use many petal blades instead of a sword, which flew towards Rui. But despite the speed and number of these blades, Rui was able to dodge each blade without any difficulty. Then Eudalia decides to use a myriad of these blades so that they will surely hit Rui and neutralize him. The teacher thought that this was too much, and he decided to interrupt the duel, but Yuri decided to stop the teacher. Yuri drew the teacher's attention to how confident and calm Rui was behaving, which could mean that he could easily cope. Rui was surprised by how many petals were flying towards him, and he felt that he needed to use very strong magic here. Then Rui decides not to run away from the petals, but on the contrary to run towards these petals. Then Rui makes a high jump and uses the magic technique of a wide flame which burned all the petals flying towards him. Eudalia was in unimaginable shock at how Rui could so easily repel attacks from both sword and magic. Then Eudalia was overtaken by memories from her childhood, when she trained long and hard with her father. Her father told her about the hero's mark that no one had been able to obtain, and he told her that if she trained long and hard, sooner or later she would receive such a mark, which in turn motivated her greatly. After that, a crowd of adults appeared next to her, who were touched by her in every possible way, and said that she would definitely become a hero like her grandfather. Eudalia promised that she would train all the time, and that when she grew up, she would become a real hero who would protect civilians from various threats. Having collected her thoughts, Eudalia was again about to strike Rui again. Moments before the impact, Eudalia was determined to prevent Rui from taking her place at the academy. At the moment of impact, Rui again uses the Golden Cocoon Qigong technique to once again repel the entire attack. Then Rui remembered those very moments from his life when Elena mocked him in every possible way, who believed that he had absolutely no talent in mastering magic. At this moment, Rui thought that Eudalia had also had a very hard time before, and that she had devoted all her time to training to become one of the best. Then Rui decides to use another technique of the Qigong Golden Sword Grip technique, with the help of which he not only stops Eudalia's next attack, but also grabs the sword in his palm. Eudalia was very frightened by how Rui was able to grab her weapon so easily with his bare hands. After grabbing the sword, Rui prepared to use the next Meteor Fist Qigong technique, which greatly increased the power of his fist attacks. Eudalia considered that these were her last seconds of life, and that she was unable to defeat Rui. However, Rui's fist manages to stop his fist a couple of inches from Eudalia's face, from which she is not harmed. Rui decided to convince Eudalia that the duel had ended in his favor, and that they no longer needed to continue the battle. Then Eudalia was very frightened, and she began to cry while not understanding how Rui could defeat her so easily. Rui was very frightened by Eudalia's state in which she was now. Then Rui noticed that no one was on them now, and then he decided to create a small dark space in which no one could notice them both. Then a large black cube appeared in front of the rest of those present, through which Rui and Eudalia were not visible. After this, Rui decides to check on Eudalia's condition and try to calm her down. A little later, Eudalia noticed that everything around had disappeared, and that she and Rui found themselves completely alone in a dark room. Rui explained to Eudalia that he created a special cube that blocked all extraneous light and extraneous sounds so that no one would see Eudalia in this form. After this, Rui immediately began to dry Eudalia, who was very frightened. Eudalia was both frightened and surprised by such concern for her, which made her very embarrassed. Eudalia decided to ask Rui why he was doing all this, despite how rudely she spoke to him. Rui just said that if someone gets into some kind of trouble, then he just goes and helps the person. Hearing this, Eudalia remembered how when she was little, she also dreamed of helping people in trouble. Eudalia thought about how she had never understood such a simple truth before. After this, she apologizes to Rui for her behavior and accepts her defeat. She also admitted that Rui is much stronger than her, not only in battle and magic, but also in her soul. Rui said that Eudalia also showed her fighting skills well, and that her latest magic especially surprised him. Rui was about to remove the black cube, but Eudalia said that friends address each other as you, and that they are now friends. Rui did not object to this, and they shook hands as the black cube began to collapse. Viewers finally saw Rui and Eudalia finally escape from the large cube. After this, Eudalia told all the spectators that she was giving up, and that she fully accepted Rui's victory. Everyone was shocked by such a statement from the granddaughter of the legendary hero, and Eudalia said that Rui should study at the academy instead of her. Teacher Regis only reminded Eudalia of the promise that she must fulfill if she loses. Rui remembered Eudalia's promise to become his slave, but he said that he did not need a slave at all. Eudalia said that she would not accept the fact that Rui refused to comply with all conditions, and that she was ready to become his slave. Then Eudalia began to insist that if she lost, then she must become Rui's personal slave. After that, she grabbed Rui's hand and created a slave mark on her hand, with which Eudalia must now do whatever Rui wants her to do. Eudalia was not upset, but on the contrary, she was ready to follow all of Rui's instructions. Rui was only once again embarrassed by the fact that the granddaughter of the legendary hero had become his personal slave. After the duel, Rui and Eudalia met Yuri at the academy, who wanted to ask them about the results of their exams. Yuri said that he could not imagine before that someone from the hero's family would become someone's slave, which greatly confused and angered Eudalia. Yuri also wanted to find out from them who they are to each other now. Eudalia only said that she did not tell Rui, because she believes that if she had told him earlier that she wanted to be friends with him, he would have tried to stay away from her. Rui did not understand anything, and then Yuri decides to introduce himself to Rui as Yuri von Exadoria, who was the current Prince of Escador. Rui was shocked by what he heard, since he could not even imagine that he would personally know anyone from the royal family. Then Rui decides to address Yuri as master, to which Yuri himself said that friends should not call each other master. After this, Yuri asked Rui if he had a place to stay for the night, since from his appearance it was clear that he was not from the capital. Rui said that he did not think about it at all, because he expected to resolve such issues as they appeared. Yuri said that he would try to somehow resolve the issue of Rui's place of residence. Yuri said that Rui could spend the night with him, and that he would be well taken care of there, and therefore Rui would not have to think about paying. Then Eudalia considered Yuri's generosity too suspicious, assuming that he had some reason for this. Yuri said that now there is a large shortage of population in the capital, and if thanks to students like Rui the academy's rating increases, then students from other countries will go to the capital. Yuri also added that if Rui studies at the academy, then Yuri will support Rui in everything. Rui thought that if Yuri helped him, it would be much easier for him to get used to it, and then it would be easier for him to find the necessary information about the hero, and after such thoughts he decides to become a student at the academy. That night, Rui spent the night in Yuri's room, and the next day he was going to look for information about the hero. As soon as Rui went outside, he saw Yahello near the entrance, who had been waiting all morning for him to come out. Rui didn't expect to see Yahello, and she said that she just wanted to come to Rui. So that Yahello would not think that something was wrong, he told her that he was very glad to see her, after which her offense changed to joy. After this, Yahello invites Rui to take a walk with her while she shows him various places. Then Rui and Yahello walked around the capital all day, visiting various places. During the walk, Rui thought that he was now in great debt to Yahello, and that he now wanted to free Dronzer and Rio, thereby devaluing everything that the legendary hero had done for this world. Then Rui remembered his last night with Dronzer and Rio, when he all discussed together that the hero might still be alive now. Dronzer said that since the hero was able to create a place where no one ages like the infinite, then it was quite possible for him to find a way to become virtually immortal. Then Rui said that since he locked Dronzer and Rio here, he is bad, and when he finds the hero, he will finish him off. Then Rio said that there was no way for them to kill the hero since he was too strong for anyone to defeat. Dronzer felt that the hero couldn't just attack and imprison him and Rio here, and he probably must have some compelling reasons for this. These words did not convince Rui in any way, and he still wanted to finish off the hero since he could not just forgive him for being here. Yahello noticed that something was wrong with Rui, to which he replied that he was fine. Then Rui came to his senses, and he decides to find out something from Yahello about the legendary hero, and she thought that Rui was one of her grandfather's regular fans. Yahello said that she doesn't know very much about her grandfather since 300 years have passed since he disappeared. Then Yahello tells Rui that despite this, she has several family items, among which were also her grandfather's things, which Rui was very interested in. One of these items was the sword Frau Sarasos, which was used by Yahello in a duel with Rui, and which was passed down in the hero's family from generation to generation. Rui began to look at the sword and could not take his eyes off it, because while he was looking at the sword, for some reason he simply felt good in his soul. When Yahello handed the sword into Rui's hands, the sword began to emit unusual energy, and Rui thought that the sword was filling Rui with unusual magical power. After a few seconds, Rui returned the sword back to Yahello, after which he felt some unusual sensation from the sword. It was getting close to night, and Rui told Yahello that it was too late to go out and that they should both go home. At first, Rui wanted to accompany Yahello home, but she invited him to spend the night with her. Finding themselves alone with each other, Rui thanks Yahello for such a wonderful day in order to somehow dilute the suddenly appeared situation. Yahello supported Rui and said that she would like to spend the day together sometime. At the same time, Yahello thought that she had a unique opportunity to make Rui her own. Yahello remembered how many guys from her circle began to confess their feelings to her when they found out that she was the granddaughter of the legendary hero. Despite mutual interest in boys, Yahello did not date these boys since they were much weaker than her. During all this time, Rui was the only one who was finally able to surpass her. Unexpectedly for Rui, Yahello reminded him that she was his slave. Then Yahello said that she could do for him whatever he wanted without any exceptions. After that, Yahello took Rui's hand and put it to her chest. Rui remembered again that very last night when Dronzer told him that even though he loved them, he should not burden his fate. Dronzer told Rui that she and Rio loved him very much, but they would both be very happy if he found someone to love for the rest of his life. Rio said that among all races, only humans can have one partner, while male dragons can have several females at once. Dronzer said that male demons are also not limited to one individual, and aristocratic demons can have several dozen females at once. Rui remembered Dronzer's words that if he finds a person with whom he wants to connect his life, then he must act. Rio told Dronzer that she was the type who was constantly jealous, after which Rio and Dronzer started having a small quarrel again. At first, Rui thought that he started communicating with Yahello only to learn something about the hero from her. However, after the duel and walk together, he became more and more attracted to her. Then Rui realized that Yahello had become the very person whom he wanted to protect from danger and with whom he would live his whole life. After such thoughts, Rui decided to act, and he immediately kissed Yahello. After a long kiss, Rui threw Yahello onto the bed and began to take off her shirt. Rui decided not to stop at the shirt, and he decides to take off her underwear. At one point, Yahello felt that they were rushing things too much and wanted to stop. Rui reassured Eudalia and promised her that tonight he would be as gentle as possible with her, which made her calm down a little. After that, Rui began to undress, and Eudalia was afraid that he simply would not fit in her. But Rui no longer listened to Eudalia, and he penetrated her, from which Eudalia experienced such unusual sensations for the first time. The next day, Rui and Eudalia were heading to the academy, and along the way, Eudalia kept complaining about unbearable pain. Rui suggested that she use her regeneration magic, to which Eudalia only pushed Rui and told him to think carefully about his behavior. Then Eudalia asked Rui to become her boyfriend and take full responsibility. Ultimately, Rui decided to take responsibility and agree to Elena's proposal, despite his doubts and fear of change. Of course, the girl was completely surprised by this sudden turn of events, and it made her heart beat faster than she ever expected. A stranger approached the young couple and asked a question, wondering if they were by chance applicants. With obvious confidence, the guy expressed the opinion that they were an extremely frail and defenseless couple, which prompted them to think about their vulnerability in this situation. In addition, they showed interest and asked if the girl was the granddaughter of some hero or famous person. When the stranger tried to get closer to the girl, she firmly pushed him away and warned that if he approached again, she would take extreme measures to protect herself, including even possible violence. Michael, that was the guy's name, told her with a pleading voice to refrain from such threats and hateful words. He tried to convince her of his friendliness and intention not to pose a threat. Rui suddenly felt the need to apologize to them, even though there was no clear reason for such an action. Elena felt pleasantly embarrassed to hear the guy openly express his affection for her in front of others, and her heart began to beat faster at such unexpected sincerity. Michael didn't like the situation and decided to use his magical abilities to overcome the guy and show his strength. The main character felt puzzled about the motives of Michael, who decided to use magic in the center of the city and tried to unravel what goals could be behind this inexplicable action. Of course, he couldn't just ignore it and decided to intervene to stop the stranger and prevent the possible consequences of his magical actions. He decided to use the stone machine gun in an attempt to stop Michael and his magical actions. This decisive action yielded results. Michael flew several meters away and lost his balance, unable to stand on his feet after the force of the stone machine gun. His comrades began to worry about him and tried to calm Michael down, showing deep regret and remorse to Rui and Elena for what happened, trying to restore peace and make everything okay. The girl agreed with a smile to the guy's proposal to move on, realizing that this episode with Michael was behind her and they could continue their adventure. Since time was not on their side, they had to move more quickly and hurry so as not to be late somewhere further along their path. So many people gathered around the building that they felt the atmosphere filled with bustle and liveliness, and they had to walk through the crowd to reach their goal. Elena asked the guy not to stand out among the crowd, warning that his enemies might start making fun of him because they were surrounded by rivals. When the main character learned that the results might be posted there, his determination did not allow him to stop, and he headed to the place despite the girl's recommendation. He noticed that there were classes labeled A through E. The girl was sure that they were probably in Class A. As it turned out, they were indeed found in Class Z, but none of them had previously known about the existence of such a class, which added to the mystery and unpredictability of the situation. Yuri warmly greeted the couple, creating a friendly and welcoming atmosphere in this unexpected situation. Together with Yuri, there was a mysterious stranger wearing a helmet reminiscent of the helmets of knights, which gave this meeting a mysterious and fantastic touch. As it turned out, this mysterious stranger in a helmet was Yuri's escort, and his presence added even more mystery and interest to this meeting. Having completed the welcoming gesture, they exchanged brief introductions and discussed their expectations for their quest in this new and unknown class, beginning their adventure with eager excitement. The guy introduced himself as Jason and said that his main role was to protect Yuri, which gave them an understanding of the seriousness of this mission and the need for cooperation. Yuri began to reveal that he wears a helmet to hide his true identity, and he hoped that he and the main character could maintain a good relationship despite this hiding his face. Her mood did not improve, and she continued to remain in an angry mood caused by the previous incident with Michael. Yuri only wanted to see the girl. It was for this reason that he did not share information about the class with her, trying to maintain intrigue and make the meeting more mysterious. It turned out that this class is new for this school year. Previously, students were distributed according to their academic performance, but this year in Class Z, they decided to gather students with special abilities, which aroused additional interest and questions from Rui and Elena. We can say that this is a class where talented and unique individuals have gathered, creating an atmosphere of creativity and non-standard approaches to learning. If they had been graded, they would probably have been in Class A, but their performance was so outstanding that they were placed in Class Z, reserved for students with unique abilities. Based on the decision of the management, they were sent to Class Z, taking into account their abilities and potential. The girl could not understand whether Yuri was watching them, because it all looked quite suspicious and mysterious, which caused her questions and misunderstandings. For the girl, it didn't matter much whether Yuri was watching them or not, because she felt confident and calm when she was next to the guy. Her running seemed too hot, and the guy politely asked her to slow down so they could move together and enjoy the moment. Jason remained confused as to the reasons why they needed to keep an eye on the pair, which made him curious and doubtful about the purpose of this mission. It turned out that this class was populated by absolute naughty people, and even Yuri found it difficult to keep them under control and keep an eye on them. Jason believed that Rui had the necessary skills and determination to meet this challenge and successfully resolve the situation in Class Z. If Yuri hopes so much for Rui, it means that he has invested a lot of hope and trust in the guy, and now Rui must live up to those expectations. His interest knew no bounds, and he couldn't wait to find out what Class Z class was, ultimately expecting to unravel the mystery of this mysterious place. The guy and girl quickly changed their clothes and decided to go explore the class to learn more about its students and the characteristics of this unusual group. From the very beginning, they did not notice anything that could seem strange or unusual in this class. Rui's goal was to find true friends among the students in this class and build warm relationships, and he hoped that this would be possible despite their uniqueness and quirks. After recognizing the hero, they began to wonder if he was the one who won the duel during the exam, causing Rui to be slightly surprised and happy that his achievements were known. After a positive answer, their reaction seemed strange, as if they were ready to find out more details from the main character and were interested in his story in their own way. Elena showed a willingness to draw her sword and engage in battle if the situation took a more aggressive turn, expressing her readiness to defend herself and the main character. However, to everyone's surprise, the guy simply shook Roy's hand and expressed recognition, saying that the duel was very impressive and deserved praise. The guy began to express admiration and praise towards Rui, as if worshipping him and saying what a magnificent and skillful duelist he was. Jack spoke of his skills in explosive magic, causing amazement and interest among those present, and his talents made him quite a popular figure in Class Z. Behind Jack was a tall guy named Michael, and next to him was Alex. The introduction of everyone in the class became more informative and welcoming. Jack hoped that Rui would be able to make friends with them and find common ground, which was an important aspect for him and for the entire Z class. Having received such a warm greeting from the students of the class, Rui felt that his fears and worries were in vain, and he was ready for new acquaintances and adventures in this unusual class. The girls also showed support and greeted the boys with a smile, starting to get to know them and talking to them, which created a friendly atmosphere in the class. Rui was attracted to one of the students and began a conversation with interest to learn more about him and get to know him better, feeling that this class could bring him many interesting contacts and experiences. It turned out that this student was not in a friendly mood, but instead exhibited aggressive behavior and anger, which left Rui a little dumbfounded and unsure of his actions. The main characters felt bewildered, not understanding what could have gone wrong, and wondering if they might have made some mistake or bad experience that caused this student's aggression. Since Rui was from a village, he might not be aware of some of the city's customs or practices, which could explain his negative attitude and dissatisfaction. This was because it was forbidden to have slave beastmen in the capital, but in other major cities this practice continued, which caused discontent on the part of many beastmen and created a conflict between them and ordinary people. The main character wondered if he would ever be able to become friends with this student, despite the initial tension and conflict, and he hoped that the relationship would improve. When the girl tried to tell the guy something, his attention was focused on one of the girls in the class, which caused some misunderstanding and irritation in the girl. He couldn't help but notice that she was amazingly beautiful, as if she had come straight out of a painting, and this caught his attention and piqued his interest. Slightly stuttering, Rui greeted the girl, trying to compose himself and be polite in front of her. However, he only received a cold disregard from the girl, which left his feelings a little hurt and disappointed. Elena could not stand this behavior and was amazed at how the girl dared to ignore the guy, and this caused her indignation and bewilderment. She exhibited pretentious behavior and stated that there was simply nothing to talk about with him, which caused additional irritation and bewilderment on the part of Elena and Rui. Elena was perplexed and disappointed by such an unpleasant answer, which completely contradicted their hopes for friendly communication with the students of the class. Her nerves were already gone, and she felt very irritated, ready to explode and tear the girl to pieces on the spot because of her rude and unpleasant behavior. Yuri noticed that the guy had apparently already established relationships with everyone, and also added that the teacher was already heading towards them, and they needed to quickly take their places. Yuri defiantly introduced himself again and greeted the guy, showing his friendliness and willingness to communicate, despite previous troubles. It was clear from the look of the main character that he felt satisfaction from the new class, since from that moment his life at the academy begins, and he is ready for new challenges and adventures. One day, a teacher was explaining something to the children with great diligence, trying to convey important information and knowledge to them. The teacher explained that in this way, water magic uses moisture from the atmosphere to achieve its goals, sharing knowledge about magical processes with students. Rui disagreed with the teacher and said that water magic was probably also capable of controlling underground waters and water sources, expressing his own vision and understanding of magical processes. 2 weeks have already passed since they entered the academy, and the main characters have been actively studying magic and adapting to the new learning environment. Everyone present was amazed at how clearly the guy explained the material, and his ability to convey knowledge aroused admiration among students and teachers. When they returned from practice, they noticed that all the chairs were scattered around the classroom, which caused surprise and bewilderment among those present. It was very cruel, and the children could not understand who had made such a mess and scattered chairs around the classroom, causing indignation and irritation. One of the guys wanted to ask some questions and find out what happened to understand the situation better. He decided to find the one who created this mess. He is sure that he left traces or evidence that will help solve this mystery. Oscar began using magical analysis to uncover magical clues or information that could lead him to discover the villain who was causing chaos in the classroom. This is exactly what Rui expected from Oscar, relying on his magical skills to solve the mystery and find the culprit. Oscar announced that he had these magical skills thanks to the help of the guy, which caused interest and surprise among the others. Thus, he was able to develop his analysis skills and ability to analyze more than just one table, thanks to the training and lessons that the guy gave after school. Oscar noticed a classmate's hair and shoe prints, which could be a clue to who caused the mess in the classroom. Oscar was truly impossible to fool, and his unique skills in magical analysis allowed him to reveal details that went unnoticed by others. As it turned out, the guy was expelled from the village for abusing magic, which explained his strange and hostile behavior. He rejoiced at the opportunity to use magic and realized that he could now be useful and contribute to solving the mystery of the disorder in the classroom. The guy provided information about who broke into the classroom and caused the chaos, sharing his knowledge and observations to help solve the incident. Oscar, not wanting to get involved in conflicts and fights, decided to stay away and not join the class that was probably going to look into the situation. Oscar could rely on his friend and assured him that he could cope without his help, expressing his trust and confidence in his abilities. At this time, Jack, Alex, and Michael were nearby, ready to support their friends and help if necessary. They all had one common goal: to catch the one who broke the rules and created chaos in the classroom in order to restore order and restore calm in the academy. Jack asked the main character if he could start already, expressing his readiness to intervene and help investigate the incident. Kicking down the door, the boys burst into the classroom, ready to begin an investigation and find the rule breaker. The boys were confident that they could win this battle and solve the mystery of the classroom incident, trusting in their skills and their own dedication. It appears that all the suspects are planning to feign innocence and hide their involvement in the incident. A stranger approached the guys, and the main character immediately felt that he had seen him somewhere before. It seemed that he was from the aristocracy or other upper class. The main character apologized for the fact that they suddenly burst into the classroom and explained that one of the hooligans in their class disrupted the lesson, and now they are trying to find the culprit and restore order. The stranger asked if it was too early to suspect them of this, expressing doubt about their assumptions about who might have disrupted the lesson. The stranger also added that in their class there are many students from disadvantaged families, and this can make it difficult to find the culprit and understand the situation. After these words, Jack became enraged and was ready to tear the stranger to pieces, feeling anger and defending the honor of his class and friends. Understandably, Rui realized that the stranger just wanted to anger them, and he began to think of a strategy on how to remain calm and investigate the incident intelligently and effectively. He asked Jack to trust him and rely on his decision so that the investigation would go more smoothly and efficiently. The guy began to take something unknown out of his pocket, causing interest and anticipation among everyone present. The main characters carefully examined the hair that Oscar found for them in the classroom and began to analyze it, hoping to find any clues or traces of the culprit from it. The stranger inquired how Oscar was able to find out who the hair belonged to, expressing curiosity about the methods by which Oscar used his magical powers to determine the owner of the hair. The guy started talking about how they did a genetic analysis and compared the data with known samples to determine the owner of the hair. Then he decided to explain it briefly so that others would understand the analysis process. He announced that he used his ability, called Time Rewind, to analyze the genetic information and identify the owner of the hair. The stranger was clearly surprised and did not expect such an unusual outcome of events, because the return time ability was extremely rare and powerful. As it turned out, the main characters used magic that could return time, and the hair returned to its owner's head, which surprised everyone present with its unusual magical power. In other words, it turned out that this hair belonged to a stranger, and he was involved in the incident with the scattered chairs in the classroom. The stranger could not understand how this was possible, because not even all high-class magicians could use the magic of time, and this caused him surprise and bewilderment. The stranger pointed his wand at the boy, preparing to possibly use his magical powers in response to their discovery of his crime. The stranger admitted that he was going to purge and remove the main character from the class, implying perhaps some measures to expel or punish him. He warned everyone present that they should also prepare for the punishment or consequences of carrying out a purge that would cover the entire atmosphere of the class. The main character noticed that pointing magic wands without sufficient reason is contrary not only to the rules of the school, but also to the law of magic in general. The main character realized that in this situation it was more likely self-defense, and now he had no need to restrain himself. The time had come for retribution and protecting his interests. After this, classmates began to jointly develop a strategy to prevent possible negative consequences and protect themselves and their class. The man ordered everyone to shoot, calling on them to take active action in this situation. The main character noticed that people were gathering near the class, and he decided that they needed to avoid direct blows and being hit by them. Michael made the decision to take responsibility and act independently in this situation. Michael decided to use a technique known as a wall to protect himself and his comrades from attacks. Jack confessed to Michael and said that he would take further action in preparation for dealing with the situation. Jack decided to use his powerful technique, called the bomb, in order to cope with the stranger and his threats. All the wands instantly exploded in the hands of their owners, causing chaos and panic in the class. This unexpected explosion, of course, was not part of their plan, and they expected an easier victory. Now the students were absolutely sure that victory was not part of their plans. The students began discussing precautions and rules for using magic to avoid such situations. Among those present was a man who was ready to deal the strongest blow to Alex. His determination and aggression could be seen in his eyes. He was not going to allow such an easy victory for his opponent, and instead of allowing the blow, he decisively activated the power-up in his legs. Because of this unexpected reaction, the guy was unable to hit him at all. His blow was completely useless. All subsequent attempts to harm this guy also ended in failure. His incredible agility and reaction made him untouchable for his opponents. He mocked them and noticed that they were too slow and with such ease that one could even yawn without fear of anything. They were still unable to unravel his whereabouts, and he remained an inaccessible mystery to them. It was at this time that Alex suddenly appeared and delivered his decisive blow, which proved irresistible. And in addition, apparently he also overdid it and completely knocked out his opponents. And apparently, he not only struck but also overestimated his strength, so that the opponents were completely knocked out of action. Alex grabbed him by the throat and asked who can now be considered bad in this situation. Under Alex's influence, he began to beg for mercy and guaranteed his readiness to fulfill any request. However, the condition was that he would have to obey not only the guy, but also everyone else following their orders. The main character is ready to strike the decisive blow in this epic battle. The blow was so devastating that the man turned and fell to the ground, groaning in pain while his opponents were left amazed by the hero's might. The blow was so powerful that he simply pierced the wall with his body, leaving a huge hole in it and causing shock among all witnesses. Such a spectacle looked incredibly impressive and epic, forcing everyone around to applaud the hero. The hero's friends were proud to have been part of this incredible victory and to have witnessed his valor. They then raised their hands to each other to symbolize and strengthen their friendship and unity. However, when Yuri learned about the boys' feat, he was overcome with rage, and he clearly did not approve of their action, not being proud of them. Jack was busy cleaning, and this was not his first endeavor in this matter. Inside himself, he admitted that it was his own fault that things had reached this extent. Yuri tormented himself with self-recrimination for simply not being able to follow them. Their promise to not allow such situations to happen again calmed them down, and they felt the obsession release from their souls. Then the main character approached Yuri and sincerely apologized, realizing that he probably suffered because of their actions. He honestly admitted that from the very beginning, when he decided to take this step, he expected that such situations would happen quite often. Yuri's voice was very tired, as if the echo of a long and restless day. Since he was still dealing with their actions, he was unable to get a good night's sleep. Rui felt incredibly uneasy and uncomfortable as he realized that his actions had led to this situation, and now his relationship with his friend had become strained and uncomfortable. At this time, the main character noticed that everyone around him continued to train, and his own experiences seemed small compared to their determination and diligence. And inspired by their determination, he also decided to go for a walk in order to relax a little and take his mind off the unpleasant situation. Leaving the class, the main character noticed how a stranger, with a smile on his face, approached him and greeted him cordially. This unexpected gesture of goodwill bathed him in a magical light, dispelling the tension that had been hanging on behind him after an unpleasant situation. The stranger, showing interest, asked if the main character was Rui. Having apologized to the guy for his sudden appearance, the main character tried to explain that his new mood and desire to talk were the result of recent events. As it turned out, the guy's name was Madison, and he was in Class 2A, which added a new dimension to their meeting. The main character warmly shook the stranger's hand, expressing his respect for him and showing his readiness for friendly communication. Madison was just curious about what Rui looked like since there were rumors about him and he wanted to see the guy in person. And oddly enough, these rumors turned out to be related to yesterday's incident that everyone was talking about. Madison suddenly began to approach Rui as if they had found a common language, and their conversation became more frank and friendly. Madison felt ready to tell Rui something important and personal. With a look of trust, he made it clear that he had a story to share with him, and Rui was ready to listen. Rui listened carefully to Madison and realized that even he, being strong, realized that in this world there will always be people even more powerful and terrible than himself. And at that time, the main character was worried about his charisma and ability to impress others. Rui sincerely and heartily thanked Madison for his honesty and warning about the powerful and scary people in this world. He felt that his new friend truly cared about his well-being and safety. However, within himself, he was well aware that there were at least two people whose power and influence exceeded his. Madison decided that he probably shouldn't have worried then, since meeting such people was unlikely, and he preferred to focus on what he had now. He then began to say goodbye and announced that it was time for him to go, leaving Rui with the thought that their meeting was unexpected and interesting. The main character noticed that Madison was indeed a very mysterious person, and his short meeting left a mystery in his soul. And suddenly, as if in a hurry somewhere, Madison began to say goodbye and leave the meeting place, leaving Rui with a feeling of unexplained mysteries and secrets. Rui's gaze revealed many secrets and mysteries that he may yet have to reveal. Arriving home, Rui immediately collapsed on his bed and realized that he was extremely tired after a hard day. Rui was so physically and emotionally exhausted that it was clearly a consequence of their long and tedious labor to restore the class that had been damaged. He was proud to realize that he had worked hard despite the challenges and was able to rebuild the class on his own, which filled his day with a sense of satisfaction and achievement. Rui woke up and looked around puzzled, having difficulty discerning whether it was already morning or still twilight. With a deep sense of confusion and bewilderment, Rui realized that he was surrounded by an unknown space and was away from his familiar surroundings, which caused him to feel a mixture of anxiety and surprise. However, he was sure that even if this place seemed endless and incomprehensible, his little sister and Rio would always come to the rescue and support him. Suddenly, he realized that he felt nothing, and doubts that this place could be an endless hell came over him. The girl behind her suddenly walked up to Rui and gently asked him to remain calm, as if sensing his anxiety and helplessness. She confirmed his words that this was indeed the same endless hell in which they were. Inviting Rui to sit at the table, she told him that they needed to talk and try to figure out this strange situation in which they found themselves. The guy felt a slight awkward tension and indecision, sitting at the table in this mysterious environment. Before drinking the tea that was offered to him, he wondered a little whether it was worth doing this, because the situation remained unclear and mysterious. Despite his initial doubts, Rui was pleasantly surprised to discover the exquisite taste of the tea and the warmth that enveloped him after the first sip. With a cup of tea in his hands, he couldn't help but question her identity and how they related to this strange situation. As it turned out, her name was Chris, and she was assigned to manage this endless hell, which added mystery and intrigue to their meeting. After such words, the main character instantly stood up, ready to defend, feeling an unexpected surge of tension and danger. However, she again asked him to calm down and assured him that she was not an enemy and her intentions were good. Mixed feelings of uncertainty and anxiety remained in his heart, and he felt that he needed a clearer explanation of his role and purpose in this strange reality. It turned out that the reason was quite simple. The main character accidentally removed the seal from Endless Hell. This happened because in the real world he received an item from the hero, thanks to which the seal guarding the Endless Hell was removed. It is clear that the guy was shocked by what he heard, because he had just found out that he had accidentally released Endless Hell, and this was a shock for him. Remembering the moment when he supported Charlotte's sword and felt some kind of power from it, it became clear to him that it was at that moment that the seal was removed, revealing Endless Hell. He learned that if he collects all the hero's items, the seal on Endless Hell will be completely removed, and he will be able to return to the real world. Rui began to think that a joint effort with Charlotte could be more effective and safer than a solo search for an unknown hero whose fate he knew nothing about. He was confused, wondering why the girl who seemingly ran this place was willing to reveal information to him about how to unseal the Endless Hell. Chris admitted that the goal of Endless Hell has already been achieved, and now it seems strange to her that this hell still exists, and she decided to help Rui to rectify the situation. The guy was completely bewildered and could not understand what exactly the girl was talking about, since the information about the purpose of Endless Hell was unexpected for him. Rui felt even more confused and unsure of what was happening after learning that the girl had no right to reveal information about the purpose of the Endless Hell, and he began to realize that the whole situation was actually much more complex and mysterious than it initially seemed. After sincerely asking for his forgiveness, the girl tried to explain that she was not allowed to reveal details related to the purpose of the Endless Hell, and that she was ready to help him find the answers together. The girl explained that the main character is not here physically, and that is why he will be able to return to the real world when he collects all the hero's items and removes the seal. It turned out that he was called to this world so that he could gain the experience and skills necessary to complete the task of collecting the hero's items and breaking the seal from the Endless Hell. Thus, Rui began to understand that his role in this world became more clear, and he was ready to take on the challenge and help Chris achieve this goal, since he had the opportunity to gain the skills and experience that would be needed to complete this important task. Concentrating, Ryu tried to think about swords, and to his surprise, he saw swords appear in front of him, ready to use. It was an indescribable feeling of power and control over the world around him. Chris, not wanting to waste time, decisively announced that they would begin training, and Rui was ready to begin learning and using his new swords. Under the influence of unknown forces, he instantly dodged the blow without any apparent explanation, causing surprise and admiration both for himself and for Chris, who realized that Rui had unique abilities. He was amazed by this event, as his head literally almost flew off from his amazing dodging of a blow. At the very last stage of the training, she warned that if he died in this world, he would never wake up in reality, and this gave the whole situation seriousness and importance. Chris reminded that everything they were going through was just training, and that Rui still had an exam that would test his abilities and readiness. Rui couldn't help but notice that the girl, despite her gender, was extremely strong and masterfully wielded a sword, which earned him respect and admiration. Chris noticed that the main character didn't seem to be taught how to use a sword, and decided that they had a lot of work to do to overcome this deficiency and achieve success. He may not have had any experience, but the guy already had some techniques that were taught to him, and he was ready to use them in battle. He used the shine technique to create an instant flash of light, blinding his opponent and giving him an advantage in battle. However, from the expression on the girl's face, it was impossible to determine that she was alarmed by this reception, and she remained calm and decisive. Rui realized that he must use his intelligence and techniques to make up for the speed gap and be more effective in battle. Under the pressure of struggle and stress, his nerves could not stand it, and he decided to use his super enhancement to increase his abilities and chances of winning. Using his super boost, he unleashed a powerful blow, putting all his strength into it, in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Rui's strength and determination impressed even Chris, and the battle became much more intense and interesting as both fighters fought for the top hand. Using his magical body, the protagonist gained additional strength and agility, which made his attacks more powerful and threatening, and he continued to fight with Chris, who also fought back. With this powerful blow, Rui was able to establish his dominance in the battle and highlight his unique abilities. Chris, despite her strength, was forced to succumb to the guy's power. Realizing that further struggle was pointless, the girl asked to stop and realized that Rui's strength lay in the fact that he was not limited to a certain form and was able to adapt to the situation. Chris, despite her defeat, quickly reacted and used her shield to deflect the guy's attack and protect herself from the consequences of the powerful blow. The main character continued to demonstrate his unique ability of adaptation and magical power, which allowed him to overcome obstacles and achieve success in battle. Chris recognized his incredible skills and decided that she should find out more about this mysterious guy. Gathering his last remnants of strength and determination, Rui prepared for the final blow, knowing that it would decide the outcome of the battle. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and began to faint, which caused alarm and bewilderment in both him and Chris. There were only a couple of moments ahead, and he could have defeated the girl, but sudden frostbite stopped him on the path to victory, and he was left bewildered and with a pain in his head. Chris, however, had no intention of killing him, and his little body did its job to protect him at the moment when he was in trouble. Sakura, symbolizing beauty and renewal, could become a sign of hope and a bright future for a guy who has gone through many difficulties and trials. Chris understood that she relied on the main character because the fate of the world was in his hands, and she believed that he could cope with the difficult task that lay before them. When the guy woke up, he felt that his whole body was in great pain, probably from the effects of intense training and fighting in an endless hell. Rui noticed that there were no wounds on his body, and he began to realize that perhaps he had never physically been to the endless hell, and this was all happening in another dimension or state. The dimension cut was explained as an advanced technology mixing magic and qigong. When this technology is combined with the dimension cut, a true dimension cut is created that could explain everything that happened in the infinite hell. With an opponent who is his equal in strength, Rui realized that even if he doesn't have a weapon, he can use magic to fill in the gaps in his technique and swordsmanship, making him stronger in battle. Rui had doubts that a girl might be better than him in combat or with a sword, and this could cause some self-doubt. By focusing on training with the ball, he realized that this was the way to improve his technique and skills, and he was ready to learn and develop to become better. The inner fire and determination burned within him, and he was ready for hard work. The next day, when the boy arrived at school, he was immediately welcomed and felt part of the community, preparing for new challenges and adventures. They all had nothing special to do during recess, and they decided to spend this time in a friendly conversation, discussing past events and future plans. Rui looked into the distance. His gaze rushed into the endless expanses, and suddenly his attention was attracted by the presence of someone who had already arrived. Yuri's same bodyguard, whose job it was to ensure the safety of his boss, felt surprised when the young man expressed his need for his help. With bitter sincerity in his voice, he told how he was once again kicked out of the place where he had found temporary refuge. Striving for self-improvement, the main character expressed a desire for that same bodyguard to teach him the art of wielding a sword. To improve the effectiveness of his training, he decided to turn to Charlotte asking for help. In this chaotic duel where Charlotte attacked with a sword and the guy tried to defend himself, the main character felt an urgent need to learn both attack and defense in order to become a true master of the sword. With pride and determination in his eyes, the guy admitted that he would pass on the ancestral technique known as the King's Defense Sword. Thus began an exchange of knowledge and skills, where the protagonist became Charlotte's teacher in the art of magic, while she became his mentor in the art of the sword. This union promised them not only power and skill, but also strengthening friendship and mutual respect. He silently watched as those around him strived for excellence, and could not help but notice that their zeal began to influence him, instilling his own share of inspiration and desire for self-development. Of course, Rui happily accepted this dynamic atmosphere and most likely wanted to become stronger by accepting the influence of others into his character and improving with them. Thus, they decided to apply their efforts moderately, moving towards their goals and excellence together, supporting each other along this important path. The main character lent his support to the guy in his aspirations and endeavors, standing next to him, ready to help and inspire him to achieve his goals. After some time, the main character again found himself in endless hell, where he continued his training, striving for perfection. This time, his outlook was more confident, and he approached his training with more determination and self-confidence. This visible progress in his efforts encouraged not only him, but also those around him, including the girl. Their faith in his abilities became even stronger, and they continued to support him in his path to excellence. He became much better and was even able to injure a girl, which was a clear indication of his improvement and the growth of his fighting skills. She noticed that he had begun to train and realized that his persistence and determination in the process had not gone unnoticed. The main character openly admitted that he has many teachers, and he is taught by guys who have outstanding sword skills. Chris noticed that he was serious and realized that his desire to excel and achieve his goals was a real priority for him. Rui asked why his sister and Rio were not in the endless hell, expressing his concern over her absence. She began to explain that she and he were on different floors of endless hell, separating them in this world but remaining in contact. This knowledge about the second floor aroused his keen interest and desire to explore this unexplored area of infinite hell in order to learn more and perhaps meet his sister and Rio on a new level of this mysterious world. The girl was forbidden to say who exactly was on the second floor, and this rule added even more mystery and intrigue to their communication with Rui. The main character was a little upset after these words, since the hope of meeting his sister and Rio was overshadowed by the ban on disclosing information about them. Chris admitted that it looks like the guy in his world actually met the granddaughter of the main character, which caused surprise and joy among everyone. It turned out that it was Charlotte, and the main character admitted that they were friends, which added new threads of connection and understanding between them. At first she resented him, but after a duel between them, their relationship changed dramatically, and she began to see him as a true friend and ally. It turns out that she is actually very lonely and strives to become stronger not only for herself, but for the sake of others. And this additional point added even more depth to the exploration of her character and motivation. Chris was sure that she lived happily, but at the same time it was important for her to share this joy and happiness with others, so she strived to become stronger and more useful to others. The guy admitted that she also helps him with her life activities, and their interaction turned out to be mutually inspiring because they supported each other in finding their own strength and the meaning of life. Since 6 hours have already passed and the guy has started to become transparent, they will have to say goodbye soon, leaving behind important lessons and inspiration for future endeavors. Before he left, Chris stopped him to express her gratitude and promised to continue her journey to excellence in his absence. She asked him to beware of the Genesis sect and to be vigilant, warning him against potential dangers along his path. The girl couldn't tell him the details, but she assured him that when he solved the mysteries of the endless hell, he would definitely have to contact her and find out more about the Genesis sect. She stressed that he must be vigilant and careful, otherwise he risked being left with nothing when he revealed the secrets of the endless hell and the Genesis sect. After this important information, the guy began his journey back to his world, with the hope of future contact and a deeper understanding of the endless hell and its secrets. It was clear from the girl's facial expression that she was sincerely worried about the guy, and her concern was a reflection of their strengthened connections and friendship. At this time, a change came, and the guy and the girl, leaving hope and a promise to meet again in their hearts, separated for a while to continue their studies and adventures in their worlds. The main character was very bored without her, and he felt that in her absence something important and special had left his life. Since Charlotte was busy, he needed to arrange for someone to hang out and go out to relieve his boredom and loneliness. He, feeling hungry, decided to go somewhere to eat to quench his appetite and spend time usefully. At this time, he heard that a showdown was taking place somewhere in the vicinity, and this made him be vigilant and cautious before going further. The main character immediately decided to get closer and find out what the problem was, ready to offer his help if needed. At this time, it turned out that the same angry guy from class was arguing with someone, and the situation looked tense and potentially dangerous. However, it turned out that it was Wolf, and the main character was familiar with his difficult character and tendency to conflict. The main character approached Wolf and asked what happened, showing interest in what caused the argument and conflict. The guy was asked to talk to his classmates since he was closer to Wolf and might be able to calm the situation and find out what happened, since it was difficult to get information from Wolf due to his anger. The atmosphere was very tense and everyone around felt angry and dissatisfied, which created an unpleasant environment. After the man said that it was precisely because of such aggression that he hated the sphere of people, the guy flared up in rage as this hurt him and caused a wave of emotions. Rui intervened in the conversation and asked what had happened, revealing an interest in the conflict and a desire to resolve the situation. A classmate was accused of stealing goods from a man, and this became the cause of disagreement and conflict. The guy asked me to tell him, at least in general terms, what exactly happened, in order to understand the situation and possibly help resolve the conflict. The man began to say that a thief had entered his store, and he was sure that a classmate had stolen his goods, prompting these accusations. After he left, it became clear that the store window had been broken, adding an additional element of mystery to the situation. Immediately after calling the police, he himself decided to start a search, and his classmate actually had his stolen goods, which led to the resolution of the conflict and the restoration of justice. But the man didn't believe the guy could have done it alone and was confident he had help, leaving doubts about how exactly the item was returned. He wondered if this could really have been done by the guy alone, or if there were some hidden aspects to the story that he hadn't noticed. The boy often heard that beastmen were accused without good reason, and this made him worried that he might be caught and accused without providing evidence of his innocence. Then the main character decided that he would find the real thief in order to clear his name and provide evidence of his innocence, promoting justice in this difficult situation. However, these words did little to calm everyone down, and the tense atmosphere remained unchanged, highlighting the complexity of the situation. Rui asked if this classmate was running fast, trying to find some evidence that could confirm or refute his guilt. Then the main character decided to use magic to help solve this mysterious situation and find the real thief. He decided to use the smoke veil to create confusion and try to hide, perhaps giving himself extra time to think and act. It is clear that they immediately disappeared from the man's line of sight, leaving him in panic and bewilderment. They tried to leave the danger zone, and Rui led the guy towards safety to warn him about the possible consequences of theft and conflict. And the man could only think about where his classmates could have disappeared, leaving him in a state of confusion and unresolved questions. The man was understandably furious after such an act, and his feelings were so agitated that he could make rash decisions in an attempt to unravel this mysterious situation. He immediately began to get angry at the men standing next to him because they could not prevent and did not see how his classmates ran away, which only increased his anger and disappointment. They could not understand what to do now, faced with growing chaos and unexpected developments. They decided that they just needed to ask the Academy for help, how to seek help from competent persons to solve riddles and solve difficult situations. One of them had to go ask for help, while the second began a search to deal with the situation as effectively as possible. All this time, classmates sat on the roof and watched everything that was happening, remaining in a safe place so as not to get into the center of the conflict. At such a dizzying pace, the protagonist, like an arrow, might even attract the attention of a local group of knights, whose determination to hunt him would only increase the tense situation in which he finds himself. The guy did not fall into pessimism, on the contrary. His determination was at its best, and he strove to find the criminal as quickly as possible, filling himself with determination and hope. Wolf felt a little wary about this whole situation. He could not understand why the main characters got involved in this adventure, and a certainty arose in his mind that the mysterious individual they encountered was hiding some mysterious intentions. But the guy tirelessly and persistently began to convince Wolf of the opposite, revealing his motives and conviction that this adventure would lead to solving important mysteries and saving many lives. Since he considered his classmate his true friend, he decided to assist him in this difficult matter. The guy's reaction was extremely stunning, since he did not expect to hear such words at all and felt sincere gratitude. He could not understand how this happened because every day he growled at him and expressed his dissatisfaction, and now they showed gratitude to him and were ready to help. However, he still couldn't figure out what the guy's true goal was. The main character, sharing his plan, invited his partner to go to where he discovered the mysterious bottle, assuring that this could give rise to new discoveries and reveal the key mysteries of this fascinating story. However, when they arrived at the indicated place, they discovered that there were no traces or evidence left there. The guy turned to the company with an enthusiastic look and politely asked to give him this beautifully decorated bottle of wine for a while, as if he had an important plan. After receiving the bottle, he began to use magical analysis, blindingly revealing its origin and centuries-old history, as if opening a gateway to unknown worlds. The main character enthusiastically admitted that the secrets of this magic were passed on to him by a close friend, whose wisdom came from ancient texts and mystical knowledge. Despite his passion and effort, he realized that his mastery of magic had not yet reached the heights his friend had reached, and that he still had a lot of study and practice ahead of him. The main character, through the magical atmosphere, suddenly explored something and broke the silence, inviting the assembled company to go somewhere as if expecting an important discovery or adventure. Without explaining a word to his friend, he resolutely continued to run away, as if rushing towards something urgent, leaving him bewildered and intrigued. Wolf, carefully watching what was happening, noticed that Rui was moving at such a speed that seemed inhuman, which caused his surprise and suspicion of his friend's mysterious abilities. After these words from Wolf, the main character accelerated even more, as if embodying strength and energy that defied explanation and pushed him towards an unknown goal. After some time, as if called by an incredible force, they found themselves in place, as if they had overcome time and space, waiting for what would open before them in this mysterious location. The footprints they noticed led inside the building, as if inviting them to explore the secrets hidden within its hideout. After some thought, the guy decided that in this situation it was better to return the bottle, because he felt that the upcoming exploration of this mysterious place could take a lot of time and effort. Wolf, stunned by the development of events, could not understand whether this was the very barn they were looking for, or whether another mystery had opened up before them. The main character couldn't wait to get inside, as if his heart was beating in unison with the secrets hiding behind these doors, and he was eager to reveal their secrets. In the midst of their intriguing exploration, Charlotte, who had been searching for them all this time without success, suddenly appeared, disrupting their moment of excitement and solving the mysteries. She admitted that she had come here for their own sake, expressing deep care and concern for their safety, and wanted to be there to help and support them in their adventures. The girl said that she used magical power to search for their traces, as if contacting the outside world in order to find friends and be there in difficult moments. True, using magical power was not an easy task for her, and she admitted that it took a lot of effort to find them in this mysterious location. Finding themselves in this unusual situation before her, they instantly thought that Charlotte had come, perhaps with the purpose of catching them or returning them to the path of safety. They breathed a sigh of relief when they received a positive response from Charlotte, realizing that she was not opposing them, but on the contrary wanted to help and support them on this mysterious journey. Today she was invited to the royal palace to be an instructor in magic for the warriors. Then suddenly a request came in to find them. These words clearly upset the protagonist, crushing his hopes and leaving him in a state of disappointment and misunderstanding. Wolf, not ready to give in to Charlotte so easily, felt an inner rebellion and determination to continue the research. despite all the difficulties and disappointments. However, from the girl's reaction, it was clear that she was not very serious about catching them, and perhaps even shared their desire to explore this mysterious location. Then she suddenly decided to help them completely, as if changing her original intentions, and they felt a surge of relief and support from Charlotte. After her decision to help, the main character hugged his friend tightly, feeling deep gratitude and joy that they could explore this mysterious world together. She was very embarrassed by this unexpected hug, but at the same time she felt in it the warmth and support that she had needed for a long time. Wolf decided to attract attention and began to talk animatedly, as if trying to diffuse the atmosphere and involve everyone in conversation to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. He could not understand why the girl decided to help them, because she was the granddaughter of a hero, and her valor could suffer if she continued to help such a beast man. She asked them not to consider his words nonsense, explaining that on the contrary, abandoning people in trouble hurts her valor, and her decision to help does not depend on how he is in her eyes. The guy did not hide the fact that he was slightly stunned by these words, feeling how the internal conflict began to dissipate, and he received support and understanding from an unexpected ally. It is not clear for what reason, but she suddenly took up her sword, as if preparing for something that might require her protection, and they were again enveloped in mystery and uncertainty. Then, feeling the growing tension, they decided to quickly end the situation, realizing that they had many challenges and mysteries ahead, and time was an important resource. Having opened the doors, they were stunned by what they saw, as if a world of wonders and secrets had opened up before them, and they were ready for new adventures and discoveries. There were a lot of expensive things there, impressive both in their wealth and elegance, as if they had entered a treasury that they had never even dreamed of. And inside it turned out to be even more spacious than Charlotte had thought. She appreciated the enormous possibilities hidden inside this place. By all appearances, the man inside was involved in shady dealings, and the guy was sure that many of the items here were stolen or acquired by dishonest means. Most likely, it was a secret warehouse of a group of thieves, where they stored looted treasures and valuables, and they found themselves in the very center of secret criminal machinations. The main character was sure that it was better to quickly inform the knights or other servants of the law about what they had discovered in order to prevent further criminal acts and restore order. And immediately after these words, gun barrels were pointed at them. They were suddenly surrounded by a threatening aura, and they realized that the situation had become even more complex and dangerous. They were surrounded by several dozen people, creating an atmosphere full of tension and hostility, and they found themselves in a conflict zone where choices and actions became decisive. A man approached them and asked if they were lost, as if trying to bring clarity to a difficult situation, and they felt a slight sense of relief, although they did not quite understand what was happening. His name was Ghoul, and he found himself the leader of this gang, managing all these people and the situation, and they realized that they were now dealing with an important player in this mysterious incident. According to their impressions, he is a fairly authoritative figure in the world of crime, which emphasized the seriousness of the situation and the need for caution in dealing with him. For some reason, the guy had doubts that this man was really the leader of the thieves, perhaps due to his unusual appearance or behavior, and this added to the mystery of the situation. He made good money from thefts, but the main character was determined not to let him make money from all this stolen property and believed that justice must prevail. He was determined to stop the thief and put an end to his illegal activities, even if it meant confronting an authority figure in the world of crime. The man suddenly felt that he seemed to have seen the main character somewhere, and his look at the young man became full of suspicion and bewilderment. Then, as if revealing some secret, he said that he was very lucky to see this young man, and his words aroused surprise and questions from everyone present. He did not think that his goal would come to him on its own, and his attitude towards the main character became even more mysterious, leaving many unanswered questions in the air. Charlotte resolutely drew her sword and took a stance, preparing to defend herself, her determination clear despite the difficulty of the situation. Wolf was very angry that the man had stolen goods from the souvenir shops, which could expose him to suspicion and hostility from the locals, and he strongly expressed his indignation. The man couldn't even remember which gift shop he stole from, and his incredible carelessness and oversight added to the mystery of the situation. He did not deny that one of his subordinates seemed to have stolen something from there, and did not see a huge problem in this. Then he began to mock and show where all this goods were. After these words, the guy now definitely won't forgive them and will tear them to pieces on the spot. The man realized that the guy seemed to have gotten it for this act. Taunting him, he offered to become his master as an apology. Wolf was shocked by this proposal and was already at the peak of his rage. He began to explain that he actually had one rich suitor for the guy. People quickly break down psychologically, so they are short-lived. Wolf's nerves could not stand it, and he was ready to tear everyone and everything to pieces. But the main character stopped him in time and thereby prevented a fight. He was sure that they simply wanted to anger him and he should not give in to it. He asked Charlotte to shut up because she was looking down on him. The guy asked him not to think about it because they don't think so. He's just talking nonsense. These words also slightly struck Wolf, because he had apparently never heard such a thing before. After that, he really calmed down a little and came to his senses. The main character hoped that the guy had learned his lesson and understood everything. Wolf's gaze switched to Rui's bloody fist. He admitted that he would repay the man for insulting his friend. The man ordered his subordinates to deal with the guy because he sees him as a huge problem. The excitement for the fight lit up in their eyes. In addition, the man asked not to hit Rui in the face, thereby mocking him. The man realized that if he sold it to perverts who loved cute boys, they would pay a lot for it. It sounded disgusting. But after some time, the man's gaze changed very sharply. He was scared. His subordinates' fingers were broken in every possible way. The main character used a technique called golden shell and also finger removal. The man was very frightened by this and could not understand who was standing in front of him. Well, the main character was calm and noticed that the man's gun began to shake. In turn, he tried with all his might to show that he didn't care and was calm. And then he completely ordered to open fire. Well, the guy had an idea of what to use to protect them. He used a move called the crane. It was the first time Wolf had ever seen such a technique. And everyone present had already run out of ammunition. And now the friends had a chance, but they had to try not to damage the stolen property. Rui easily dealt with his opponents and did not see them as a danger. And Charlotte helped him at this time as always. She asked to leave someone for her. Their team worked really unitedly and it brought results. Wolf was stunned by the successive attacks as they protect each other's blind spots. And after some time, everyone present was lying unconscious. The man had no choice but to shoot at the standing guy. Wolf turned away at that time and did not notice the bullet flying at him. In a split second, she should have approached the guy. When he already noticed this, he was very scared and did not know what to do. Rui noticed this too and realized that he needed to do something. The main character began to approach the guy in order to help him, and a split second later, screams were heard in the building and blood flowed. Wolf was informed that his arrival had long been awaited and the meeting was eagerly awaited, as if a harbinger of a long-awaited event. This time he was clearly late. Time flowed through his fingers like grains of sand in an hourglass, and the moment of meeting turned into an incredibly slow wait. The wolf, burning with curiosity, could not understand the reason for his invitation as a mysterious invitation unraveled only by the slow revelation of riddles. He was led outside with a seductive hint of something mysterious, like a curtain rising before a mysterious performance in the evening light. The boys sought to demonstrate to their peers such a creature as the wolf, as if lifting the curtain on an amazing and monstrous world hidden in the shadows. Then, as if in an unkind dance of fate, guns were pointed at him, creating a tense moment like a cinematic scene where a grim turn of events awaits resolution. For some unknown reason, Wolf was told that he was lucky, as if a mysterious happiness had seeped through the secret loops of fate, granting him unexpected good fortune. And at that moment it became clear to him that they were pursuing dishonest goals, like a secret conspiracy, and they were simply going to put him up for sale, like a commodity in a world of intrigue and betrayal. Their intention filled him with disbelief like a foggy haze, and he could not realize that their plans were so permeated with darkness that it was difficult to believe in their reality. Subjected to shock, he gradually turned his inner anxious impulse into a whirlwind of anger, like a blazing fire after the extinction of an unknown bustle. With a mocking grin, the guys asked him if he really believed that he could be friends with people, as if to undermine his confidence in his own hopes. After what happened, Wolf finally decided that he would no longer trust people, as if swearing to himself to avoid such deceptions and betrayals in the future. But suddenly remembering how Rui saved him from a fatal bullet, he realized that even in the darkest moments there is light, reconsidering his previous beliefs with new hope. Rui justified his action by explaining that to him, the wolf is the same as everyone else. and that he does not see any obstacles in the fact that the wolf is not a person. After all people, like fugitives in search of their essence, just like the wolf at the moment, strive to find their true path in this labyrinth of existence. Rui simply didn't want Wolf to become something he wasn't because he understood that Wolf might seem rough and unapproachable on the outside, but on the inside he was kind and sensitive. When meeting with teachers and peers, Wolf became the target of discrimination, and he naturally did not like being the subject of insults and misunderstandings. Charlotte instantly ran up to the guy, eager to know if his friend was okay, as if showing concern in moments of uncertainty. Having invited the couple to relax, Wolf himself decided to show them something unusual, like a mysterious performance that was supposed to capture their imagination. Finally, he decided to show them his real self, not the mask under which he walks, but his true appearance as a wolf, as if revealing his soul to them. Literally a moment later, the guy and girl witnessed the real Wolf in his true appearance, as if revealing to them the secret of his true essence. Charlotte suggested that it was an atavism, giving the whole situation even more mystery, as if revealing unknown facets of not only the guy, but also nature itself. She heard about this more than once, as if revealing to her a new world of secrets and mysteries, which she had only briefly touched upon in her previous knowledge. Long ago, beast people had the amazing ability to change their appearance, as if resurrecting an ancient legend in their own incarnation. She had heard that nowadays very few beastmen were born with such an ability, so this guy was one of those unique creatures that were legendary. All those who dared to harm the wolf deeply regretted it, for he easily surpassed their strength, as if leaving them helpless and disappointed. The bandits desperately tried to defend themselves from the guy's attack, putting all their strength into repelling his attacks, as if they were caught in a whirlwind of an unpredictable battle. Charlotte noticed that the wolf moved with amazing speed, like a ghostly sword flashing with lightning in the hands of an invisible warrior. Then the guy simply destroyed all the male guards like a whirlwind of unstoppable force, sweeping away everything in its path. After this, Jackson began to call someone, as if a harbinger of new events developing in incredible intrigue. In his arsenal, as it turned out, there was an unusual ally weapon, a wise parrot as an unusual ally in strategic intrigues. Wolf was surprised to discover that Jackson had such a rare weapon, as if he had encountered an unexpected secret in his arsenal. Jackson struggled to make the parrot fly because he was deeply frightened and could not cope with the task, as if faced with unexpected difficulties. The boy could not allow the man to do this, as if he felt a deep responsibility and felt that he had the burden of protecting someone who could not protect himself. Jackson realized that he would have to sacrifice some essence or substance, as if faced with a difficult choice for the sake of the greater good. At the final stage, she only said that someone should take charge of dealing with the guy, as if challenging him and forcing himself to take responsibility for resolving the situation. The initially ordinary and vague substance began to transform into some kind of monster, as if a monster with an uncertain threat was forming from the dark depths. Both of them found themselves in a state of bewilderment from what they saw, as if they were faced with something beyond their understanding and expectations. Jackson was not surprised that the guy was so scared, as if realizing that he was faced with something terrible and incomprehensible, which led to natural fear. It was a very rare representative of slugs, since it sucked objects into itself and increased in size, as if possessing properties unique among its species. Jackson didn't want to use this for Wolf's sake, but knew that it was his fault that he himself attacked him, as if causing the need for extreme measures. Wolf felt that he needed to catch up with the man before he could strike, as if realizing that now was the moment to take decisive action. At this time, he simply stood there, not posing any threat, as if remaining calm and peaceful. But only after some time did he finally make some movement, and it became clear that he was trying to grab the wolf, as if launching a surprise attack. Fortunately, the guy easily dodged this attack, as if showing brilliant dexterity in avoiding trouble. But the unconscious stranger found himself under attack, as if he had become an unfortunate accidental participant in what was happening. Something strange was happening in this bubble. The mucus began to absorb the stranger, as if plunging him into its unusual essence, causing mysterious changes. The mucus swallowed him up, as if plunging him into the unknown depths of his inner world, leaving behind only mysterious traces of what happened. When the enemy tried to capture Rui, Charlotte managed to save him in time, as if showing accuracy and determination in protecting her friend. The monster then began to attack the others present like a whirlwind of chaos and fear, causing a storm of struggle for survival in this incredible confrontation. They then realized that this A-rank monster was extremely dangerous, as if facing a force beyond their normal perception and resistance. If the wolf remains in this barn, he will be sucked in, as if emphasizing the inevitability of danger and the monster's insistence on absorption. He needed to leave, as if he were facing a growing threat that emphasized the urgency of his actions. The guy realized that he would have to figure out how to fight such a monster, as if he were faced with a task that required special understanding and skills. After all, even experienced adventurers fight in groups with such monsters, as if emphasizing the complexity and seriousness of the situation in which the guy found himself. But Rui asked his friends not to give up, because if he is not stopped now, it will only get worse, as if calling for decisive action in the face of the impending threat. Thanks to Charlotte's treatment, the guy was able to begin to move, as if coming to life under her caring hands and regaining his strength. Rui decided to use a technique called glaciation, as if turning to his unique abilities in the fight against the monster. And strangely enough, a real block of ice appeared around the monster, as if as a result of a magical combination of the efforts of Rui, Charlotte, and the guy. The icy appearance of the monster became more and more integral and massive, as if its essence was sealed in a cold shell. He, concentrating all his efforts, tried to get out of this ingenious trap, as if every movement became a test of will and endurance for him. To some extent, he managed to get out, and he attacked the defenseless and weak Rui at the moment, as if trying to use his instant freedom to counterattack. Charlotte couldn't just stand by and watch this, after all. She also needed to stand out as if she was taking drastic measures to help Rui at this critical moment. Then at some point it happened that the monster literally swallowed the entire barn, as if devouring its walls and ceiling, leaving only traces of its greedy presence. The wolf continued to insist that they need to escape before it was too late, as if sensing a growing threat in the space consumed by the monster. Well, the guy and Charlotte had a different opinion and began to fight the monster, as if they were determined not to give up in front of an incredible challenge that they had to overcome. The girl decided to use the heroic Sakura heart technique, as if summoning strength and determination comparable to the splendor of spring blossoms. Then, with all her determination, she was fully prepared to attack, as if preparing for an impressive and powerful charge towards the monster. She, framed by an atmosphere of mystery, conveyed that she trusted Rui with everything unspoken, expressing boundless trust and creating a whirlwind of mystery and expectation around herself. As if with a magic brushstroke, he wove into his assurances not only strong confidence, but also invisible threads of worry, creating an invisible thread that connected their hearts in an invisible dance of devotion and hope. The beast's monolith, under the power of an ice spell, disappeared under the cover of ice like a frozen mystery, giving the landscape a dark beauty in which the unknown secrets of history are hidden. There was disbelief in the wolf's eyes, as if he was still wandering in the shadows of doubt, not believing that this giant of time and fate really lay within them. They were left behind with the Ice Titan only to race after Jackson as if time was running out and their fate depended on every moment they lived. After this epic battle, Rui realized that his powers had not yet fully returned, as if the fire within him, although burning brightly, took time to flare up at full power again. Together with Charlotte, amid the echoes of the battle, they claimed that Jackson had gone far ahead, hidden in the shadows of distant horizons, as if finding him had become an impossible mission in the ocean of the night. Wolf, filled with confidence, assured that he could catch up with Jackson if he followed the scent, like a wolf scenting prey, opening the possibility of catching up with the fugitive in this hunt for the traitor. Showing an unprecedented sense of humor, the wolf asked with a smile if the guy was going to climb on him, as if playfully ignoring the shadow of uncertainty in the air. With a slight wink, Wolf noted that if the guy had decided to do this, it would have become a symbol of absolute trust, like an unusual gesture that warmed the coolness of the night with extraordinary friendship and trust. With sadness in his voice, Wolf noted that he could not yet fully trust all people, as if shadows of suspicion were still flickering in his eyes, filling his soul. Wolf, having weighed his experiences, realized that his characteristics were different from others, and this understanding accompanied him for a long time, as if being an integral part of his uniqueness in this world. With trepidation in his voice, Wolf, eager to avoid the impression of favor, asked for help rather than doing them a favor, as if the mixture of vulnerability and strength in his request gave the moment special depth. Determined, Charlotte decided to take responsibility for those consumed by the slug and set out to deal with Jackson as if she were an integral part of their destiny, filled with secrets and trials. With an unexpected burst of friendship, the boy climbed onto the shoulders of his comrade, and together they rushed forward like a whirlwind, in which strength and determination merged, filling the night with the ringing echo of their decisive procession. Using the bracelet Jackson found among the ruins of the capital, they deciphered the mysterious signs that opened the way forward for them, like a luminous thread leading through the dark labyrinths of the past. The bracelet was decorated with a large stone, and undoubtedly it was not just a treasure. By selling it along with the mysterious bird, they could receive a significant amount, as if exchanging the mysterious for material in this game of fate. He vowed unforgiveness, deciding that by reviving his gang, he was pursuing the goal of taking revenge on them for all their troubles, as if creating the shadow of a majestic vendetta in his destiny. The wolf, like a cunning hunter, caught the scent of a person and instantly set off in pursuit, as if dancing with the wind, where the smell became a thread leading him to a hidden goal. Informed that Jackson had already left the city, Wolf shared the information like the wind carrying the news of his departure and embodied his determination to catch up with him in the night desert. Wolf, imbued with a premonition of future events, enthusiastically looked forward to the upcoming meeting, as if in a previously unraveled chapter of his adventure novel. With the agility of a predator, he easily began to climb the wall like a shadow, slowly and silently, enveloping himself in the invisible veil of the night hunt. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from one side of the fence, like shadows crossing the line between light and dark, leaving behind the bustling world of the city. The wolf, standing on the new side of the city labyrinth, asked what they should do next, as if the starting point of the adventure now required a choice of direction. Rui insisted that they must attack Jackson without allowing him to escape, as if the strategy required decisive action to ensure that the moment of retaliation would not be lost. Using a refined strategy, Rui took advantage of the medium gravity, as if cunningly playing a game with gravity, to approach his goal with irresistible determination. Jackson was faced with a lack of understanding of what was happening, and the guy, enjoying the moment, mocked him, as if he had mastered the secrets of their power. It was time to move on to the next stage of their plan, as if the puzzle pieces of an adventure were beginning to fit together, awaiting completion. After that, everything depended on the guy, as if he was a key player in their strategy, and all eyes were directed in his direction, waiting for his next moves. He began to rise in front of them, preparing for the next jump, as if there was a tense energy in the air, and the upcoming jump promised to change the course of events. With a series of worries and expectations, he soared into the air, performing the promised jump, as if they were caught up in a wave of action, carrying them into the next episode of this night's performance. With a mocking grin, the guy said that it seemed that they had not met for a long time, as if he was playing his own game and using a cunning move in his secret plan. Jackson, in amazement, could not understand how the guy managed to get into his place, as if the mysterious meeting had shrouded them in questions, cast a mantle of opaque mystery. Jackson tried in vain to pay off the guy, but he, being a principled man, insisted that he did not need the stolen things, as if refusing temptation in favor of his principles. Even when he began to offer him a woman as compensation, Jackson was aware that the guy remained unforgiving in his beliefs, as if warning him against a dark path. With pride and confidence, the guy declared that he was not interested in all these attempts to pay off, because he already had a loved one, as if protecting his world from alien interference. In response to these words, the guy's next step was to hit the man, as if expressing his adamant unwillingness to negotiate and emphasizing his determination in the language of physical force. Rui used a technique called golden shell, as if to reveal his mastery in battle and create a whirlwind of brilliance and elegance in the chaos of battle. The blow was so powerful that Jackson was thrown several meters into the air, as if becoming part of a temporary dance of force, where gravity succumbed to the force of his crushing blow. Thanks to this sudden turn of events, they were given the opportunity to relax, as if the shadow of tension gave way to calm and the phase of their adventures paused for a moment. The main character politely asked the parrot if he could land, as if addressing an exotic companion with a question about the possibility of descending to Earth. Having landed, the guy immediately began to maneuver, calling his friend to look after the parrot, as if creating a picturesque picture of the interaction between the members of their difficult team. With surprise, it became clear that Wolf had managed to catch Jackson at the moment of his landing, as if by the magic of events, where dexterity and cunning wove an invisible network around the characters. The guy, evaluating every word with his eyes, asked if Rui trusted him, as if the issue of trust had become a key point in their relationship. With a smile, the main character joked that he was not entirely aware of what the guy was talking about, as if adding humor to their dialogue and softening the tension of the moment. Now all that remained was to follow Charlotte, because she still continued her mission to save the thieves, as if opening new chapters of their adventurous journey. Noticing the man's bracelet, the protagonist somehow found it familiar, like a rush of long-forgotten memories calling to the secrets of his past. The wolf, turning to his friend, began to find out if anything unusual had happened, as if closely monitoring the well-being of the main character. Very little time passed, and they found themselves next to Charlotte, as if their paths had merged in a dance of destinies and adventures, trusting the course of events. During this time, Charlotte truly helped all the victims, as if her good deeds became an integral part of their struggle for justice and well-being. It is quite natural that at this moment the knights came, as if the personification of the defenders of justice, adding a share of mystery and nobility to their conspiracy. Now they were faced with the task of proving Wolf's innocence, as if the beginning of a new stage, where truth and justice were again in the balance. This was perhaps the most difficult thing in their work, as if solving the mystery and protecting innocence required effort, will, and the combined strength of all forces. Yuri asked the knights to draw up a report on the damage caused, as if using their authority to assert the veracity of their position in a difficult situation. The guy expressed his strong indignation at what had happened, as if the fire in his eyes was burning with indignation, and his emotions spoke the language of protest and rejection. Yuri expressed contempt for the thieves, stating that even his stomach felt heavy in their presence, as if the words filled the air with condemnation and disgust. In addition, for some reason, the parrot also seemed to be alarmed and did not listen, as if sharing its anxiety with others. However, in the end, the parrot seemed to have found a common language with the guy and became friends, as if taming even the most rebellious birds with its charm. Wolf suggested that, apparently, the parrot expresses a desire to become his friend, as if unraveling the language of the birds and opening a new chapter in their adventurous union. In addition, it turned out that the guy is able to understand what the parrot is talking about, thanks to his ability called atavism, as if opening up new facets of mutual understanding for them. Since the guy was more an animal than a man, he could somehow understand the conversations of animals, as if an animal whisper sounded in his soul, revealing the mysterious world of wild nature. The guy decided to ask the manager if he could adopt a parrot, smoothly moving from mysterious languages to practical decisions in his life. The main character could not understand why he liked this parrot so much, as if the secret of his affection for his feathered friend remained unsolved. It seemed to Wolf that he knew the reason for this affection, as if secrets flashed in his eyes, far from the gaze of everyday life. Because the wolf feels extraordinary energy and strength in the parrot, incommensurate with its tiny body, as if incredible magic and power are hidden in this feathered creature. The wolf never understood why the main character always strives to help everyone around him, as if this riddle contained the mysterious essence of his soul, full of kindness and attention to others. He may have power now, but before he was completely helpless, as if solving the riddle of the transformation from vulnerability to strength in the inexplicable story of life. Previously, he was absolutely helpless, but one day he had teachers like wise guides who opened the path to potential and strength for him. He learned a lot from them, and most importantly, he learned kindness and love, so he decided to become someone who would give and not take away. The guy couldn't make out what his friend was talking about, as if another secret was unfolding in front of him in their relationship, requiring attention and understanding. Thus, he now passes on his knowledge and teaches others what he was taught, as if the chain of goodness and learning continues its incredible adventure. After these words, the guy, for an unknown reason, took a strange pose, as if magically joining a ritual that only he understood, adding mystery to the air around him. As it turned out, this was the pose of an animal lover, which symbolized complete obedience, as if the guy had internally connected with the wild nature and accepted its laws. The wolf admitted that he fell in love with the guy's spirit, as if his soul was so attractive and unique that even the beast could not resist this magic. He asked the guy to make him his escort, as if declaring his willingness to devote himself to service and care as a sign of devotion. Rui, of course, immediately began to dissuade the guy, claiming that this was a bad idea, as if foreseeing the difficulties and failures associated with this strange idea of wolf. Wolf shared that he, too, is not against just being friends with the guy, as if trying to neutralize the tension and offer a compromise solution. But in the very depths of his soul, he still wants to serve him, as if an inner desire to overcome rational considerations and follow his feelings. Rui agreed to the guy's proposal, but added that, nevertheless, he would always address him as a friend, as if emphasizing that in their relationship, friendship is valued above all else. Charlotte was glad to see how the guys became friends, as if in their combined strength she saw hope for a successful resolution of all the problems and trials that faced them. She asked her friend for forgiveness, suggesting that perhaps their friendship was related to discrimination against beastmen, as if feeling responsible for a possible misunderstanding. The cannibal sought to end discrimination but died halfway. This work should have been completed by his heirs, but unfortunately, they did not have the necessary abilities, as if revealing a new layer of complex family stories. Charlotte, wanting to end discrimination, apologizes for the misunderstandings, realizing that her ancestors, focusing on their abilities, could not change the circumstances, and now everything depends on their heirs. The guy thanked Charlotte for thinking about his race, as if these words reflected gratitude for understanding and support in the fight against bias. As he began to explain that the problem was not just Charlotte's ancestors, but that his own race was partly to blame, the guy emphasized the importance of everyone's recognition and responsibility in order to make progress in solving the problem. He said that through their conversation, he realized the need to study each other's races more deeply, as if their communication had awakened a thirst for understanding and tolerance. Thus, he expressed the belief that just as he studied his race, people should also pay more attention to the study of the beastmen, as if offering a path to mutual understanding and rapprochement between the two different worlds. Charlotte assured that she would definitely try to promote this idea, as if expressing her readiness to take an active part in the process of rapprochement and mutual understanding between different races. After all, she was the granddaughter of a hero, and for her it was an obligation to keep her word, as if a hereditary call to honor and responsibility sounded in her vest. After these words, they shook hands, as if symbolizing agreement and a common path towards creating a more harmonious and understanding world. The guy was very nervous about Jackson and was afraid that the Knights would find out about him, as if the tension in his soul was reflected in concern for his safety and the secrets that could be revealed. The guy was extremely surprised when, turning around, he noticed a stranger behind him, as if the sudden appearance of a man had introduced an unexpected element into his daily life. The boy suddenly discovered that among his friends he was known as the Thorn, as a mysterious symbol that permeated his being and inspired mystery, like the wind on a cold night. After this, the mysterious stranger presented Jackson's dead head like a dark artifact, keeping unknown secrets in its lifeless eyes, slowing down the flow of time around it. The mysterious guy could not understand his appearance, and the thought slipped into his thoughts that perhaps he had come with the intention of committing suicide. The moment the guy tried to escape, his plans were ruined. A mysterious stranger easily stopped him, as if controlling his every step in this dark game of fate. In addition to his promises, the stranger mercilessly, as if torn away from his own words, actually took his own life, leaving only a shadow of the past in his cold eyes. Having already accomplished a lot of things, it seemed reasonable to him to leave the capital for a while, as if leaving behind a trail of mystery and unknown events. The mysterious stranger, who left the scene of the incident in turn, left behind a whole bunch of mysteries to which there seemed to be no answers. After a while, Wolf returned to class, as if his return gave him a new perspective and inner strength for the next stage of his journey. Rui was stunned by this idea, as if a whirlwind of unexpected thoughts rushed through his head, leaving behind a trail of mysterious excitement and unknown prospects. At that moment, Mikhail joined them, as if the unexpected arrival brought with it a fresh wind of change, filling the space with new possibilities and dynamics. Michael became dissatisfied, noticing that Rantelwolf was silent, then said something decisively, as if intending to destroy this silent barrier. An atmosphere of discontent clearly reigned between them, as if the shadows of an unfriendly relationship were slowly spreading between them, creating a tense background in their communication. In this situation, Mikhail initiated everything that happened, as if taking on the role of a leader, directing the course of events in his direction. In response to Michael's initiative, Wolf emphatically proposed a duel, as if it were a challenge that could change the direction of their relationship, with more than just words at stake. All their classmates responded to this challenge, as if they had gathered around them to witness this unusual confrontation and decide who would emerge victorious in this duel. Charlotte came to the decision that after the duel they might feel better and therefore there was no need to intervene, as if believing in the healing power of this confrontation to resolve the tension between them. The moment Yuri entered their circle, a determination appeared in his eyes to share something important about the bracelet, as if interrupting a moment that could change everything. Once in the spotlight, the bracelet was not stolen, but the mystery of its creation and purpose remained mysterious, as if its origins were to be revealed and unraveled. Having debunked the mystery around the bracelet, it turned out that it was an extraordinary artifact, the bracelet of the ogre himself, like an unnoticed link in the chain of his mysterious history. Yuri had difficulty accepting the fact that such an important bracelet was in front of him, as if doubting the truth of this discovery and its connection with the fate of the ogre. The girl asked to look at the bracelet from the inside. A flower was engraved on ogre's things. Having discovered that the bracelet was a family secret, Yuri sought to keep this information secret, as if understanding that no outsider should know about it. The main character suddenly realized that in front of him was exactly the key that was mentioned to him, like a piece of a mysterious puzzle that could reveal long-awaited secrets. At that moment, his feelings did not deceive him, and he turned out to be right, as if his intuition was leading him to the truth, revealing to him the long-awaited answer to the riddle. He politely asked to be given this bracelet for a while, as if intending to delve into its secrets and unravel its meaning. If Charlotte did not object, then Yuri expressed his agreement, as if all members of the group began to understand that this bracelet could be the key to solving many mysteries. The guy decided not to remove the seal right now, preferring to leave it untouched, as if realizing that it was better to try not to directly touch this mysterious artifact. Charlotte, blushing lightly with a slight tinge of irritation, asked why he needed the bracelet, as if looking for answers to questions that worried her. Charlotte, without showing indignation, only asked about the time when he could tell, as if striving for clarity regarding this mysterious story. He politely agreed with her proposal, as if he was ready to share this secret when the right moment came. In addition, Yuri was interested to know why the guy needed this bracelet, as if faced with another link in their common mysterious history. Late in the evening, his friend the parrot appeared to the main character, as if unexpectedly bringing a fresh portion of clues and fun into this mysterious world. Wolf claimed that this parrot had wisdom, as if bringing intelligent thoughts into its surroundings, which added mystery to the overall context of events. According to residents, this parrot also won their favor, as if bringing joy and positive emotions to their common space. Now the guy decided to start studying the bracelet, as if opening a new path to solving the mysteries he had encountered. When he put on the bracelet, a blinding light suddenly gushed around him, as if opening a door to a world of bright revelations and mysterious possibilities. He wondered what floor he was on this time, and perhaps he was about to face a hostile presence, as if every floor in this world could hide its own secrets and dangers. But to his surprise, after a long time, he finally discovered his sister Alice, as if meeting his loved one was an unexpected gift among the mysteries of this supernatural world. At that very moment, he was overcome with excitement, as if the meeting with his sister had severed all ties and returned to him a piece of previously lost harmony. The girl cautiously asked if Rui was really standing in front of her, as if the incredible return gave reason to wonder about the nature of this meeting. He responded positively, bringing joy to her heart, as if the confirmation of his identity meant unspeakable happiness for her at this moment of meeting. Both felt the joy of finally meeting again, as if the emotions in the arms of a long-awaited meeting were intertwined, creating a magical moment in their dissolute world. Alice was indescribably glad that they were together again, as if the happiness of being reunited with her brother had no boundaries, filling her heart with joy and warmth. The sister's friend reminded the main character that, as always, he too did not remain indifferent, as if emotions overwhelmed him, causing tears of joy or perhaps melancholy. But he could not understand what she was talking about, because she herself was also crying, as if emotions and experiences made their meeting deep and mysterious. Brother and sister continued to look at each other after a long separation, as if their glances reflected their entire history, experienced together and now coming to life at that moment. Over a cup of tea, Rui shared his story, recounting what had happened during all this time, as if each word brought new nuances to their journey together. Her hug was so tight and strong that she literally squeezed him between her breasts, as if trying to convey all her tenderness and love in this life-giving embrace. Alice's friend, already smiling, took the guy away from the girl herself, as if this unexpected turn of events added lightness and playfulness to their meeting. Rui, in turn, even thought that at this pace he might suffocate, as if the cheerful atmosphere around him created a feeling of incredible energy and movement. She asked him if he thought she was better than Alice. Rui asked if Alice was angry because he found the girl. Alice explained with a slight smile that her words were only a cheerful manifestation of good intentions, a game of the soul aimed at playfully teasing her brother. Lucy said with a peaceful smile that she didn't get angry over little things like that, adding that she thought friendship was more important, and even shared some sage advice with Alice. In addition, Lucy noted that her joy would not be exhausted only if Alice consciously avoided such actions, emphasizing her uniqueness in expressing emotions. Meeting again, Rui invited them to share their knowledge, expressing a desire to learn something new from them, thereby creating an exciting prospect for sharing experiences. Then, completely at a loss, Alice decided to amaze Rui by starting to demonstrate complex and incomprehensible techniques to him, opening up a world of unique techniques to him. Lucy, naturally, did not lag behind her friend and happily shared her amazing methods and techniques with Rui, creating an atmosphere of inspiration and exchange of experience around them. The three reunited souls were filled with joy as they realized that they were united again, sparks of satisfaction flickering in each heart, revealing the priceless treasure of friendship. Rui, immersed in the learning process and absorbing the knowledge of Alice and Lucy, gradually became transparent, as if his essence was dissolved in a stream of new ideas and skills. Concerned and surprised, the girls could not unravel the meaning of this mysterious transformation, and begged Rui to explain the mystery of what was happening. Rui began to explain that his physical body was in the real world, while here, in the dimension they encountered, only his soul remained, freely moving in a whirlpool of knowledge and experience. It is thanks to this that after 6 hours in an endless space filled with knowledge and trials, he returns back, overcoming the barriers between worlds to reunite his soul with his body in the real world. Now, with the understanding of the mystery of Rui and his travels between worlds, Alice comprehended the depth of what was happening and comprehended with a sense of wonder the whole amazing experience. She hugged her brother tightly, as if she wanted to embrace the entire moment, leaving his memory in her heart before he plunged back into the whirlwind of his spiritual journey. Rui, puzzled, could not understand why Alice reacted so sharply, overcome by an unknown mixture of love and secret fear for her brother crossing the boundaries between worlds. It seemed to her as if an eternity had passed since he left, as if time in their worlds moved at different speeds, taking him on a long adventure. They simply asked him not to forget that he had both of them, maintaining a connection not only in different dimensions, but also in the deepest corners of their hearts. In parting, they only said that they would always be for him, supporting and protecting him, ready to be a support in a world where reality and spiritual wanderings are intertwined. The girls were left alone again, but the fire of mutual support burned in their hearts. Their connection remained unshakable even in the absence of their brother, who set off on a world of mysterious journeys. Lucy confidently predicted that they would meet again, and Alice seemed to look into the future with some doubt, not really believing in the inevitability of a reunion. The girl believed with complete confidence that Rui, despite all the difficulties and trials, would definitely overcome her trials, realizing her goals and winning in her spiritual aspirations. When travelers passed through the gates, they were asked to present their migration card, which suddenly called into question the convenience and hassle-free nature of the trip. The man, with surprise in his eyes, could not understand the reason for the unexpected request for a migration card, lost in solving the mystery that had suddenly arisen along the path of his wanderings. The knight, trying to justify himself, explained his unexpected reaction by saying that he had encountered a samurai for the first time, turning his admiring and slightly embarrassed gaze to this representative of a different military tradition. The man was curiously asked for what purpose he had set out on this journey, suddenly drawing attention to the mystery of his mission and intentions. He replied that he had a job, but emphasized that it was not just an ordinary job, leaving the nature and significance of his activities a mystery. Upon entering the classroom, Rui happily greeted everyone, spreading a positive mood around him and filling the space with his energy. His greeting was answered, bringing warmth and friendliness back into the classroom. Quietly to himself, he wished Iris good morning, sending her quiet but sincere wishes that shrouded the beginning of his day in warmth and mystery. He was always intrigued by what Iris liked, and he was curious about her preferences, trying to unravel the mystery of her inner world. A classmate approached Iris to inquire about something, asked questions, and created an atmosphere of curiosity around the mysterious world of her interests and preferences. In an icy tone, she asked if the girl realized that she was being ignored, leaving a hostile tension in the air and raising questions in Iris's heart. On the contrary, the girl was glad that Iris finally spoke, experiencing positive emotional excitement from the conversation and new contact. Everyone in the class had already become friends, and only she felt a wall separating her from the others, a feeling of loneliness that she wanted to destroy. Rui looked forward to any chance to form a friendship with her, his eyes shining with determination to overcome the wall of misunderstanding and connect with her world. Rui was approached for help with homework, which provided an opportunity to connect and get to know each other through a common cause, paving the way for a potential friendship. However, it is unclear for what reasons their gazes turned into the distance, creating a moment of mysterious silence, like a hidden secret that has yet to be revealed. Lying on his desk, Rui was dying of boredom, immersed in the monotony of the learning process, dreaming of adventures and unknown worlds that could enliven his day. Charlotte asked if Rui was okay as he lay on the table, expressing concern and curiosity about his emotional state. She noticed that he simply couldn't get enough sleep lately, expressing concern for his physical and emotional well-being. Rui, meanwhile, recalled how he played with his new friend, the parrot, smiling at the memories of joyful moments that brought light and rainbows into his life. At this time, he again felt a gaze on him, the same as at that moment in class, causing him incomprehensible sensations and an unknown secret. He mused that it might be an intent to kill him, sensing signs of an invisible threat that could darken his peace and quiet. Rui assured him that he was fine and that he was almost awake, trying to dispel the shadow of worry that shrouded his sudden awakening. Charlotte did not argue with the guy, taking his words on faith and showing understanding, leaving the moment without questions. The guy looked very excited while sitting in class. His emotions were boiling, filling the air with an atmosphere of mystery and expectation, as if something unusual was happening in his inner world. It doesn't matter where it comes from, and no one knows from whom, but it is sure to follow, as if a mysterious turn of fate is already rushing forward, bringing with it unknown variables. Walking through the forest, the main character felt that he was being watched, as if they were following his steps, as if an invisible eye was secretly watching his every step. He immediately decided to try something, creating a mysterious moment when the decisions and actions of the main character begin to influence the course of events, enveloping everything in an atmosphere of unpredictability. Ancient hieroglyphs should have been written around him, as if he had become an accomplice to an ancient secret, the deciphering of which could change his fate and the course of events. He drew a magic circle that embodied ancient knowledge and power in action, as if calling upon the mystical forces hidden in mysterious geometry. The magic circle could create a barrier, and this is exactly what Rui wanted to do, magically separating his world from outside influences and keeping his travels a secret. Taki was able to catch someone. He felt a sense of success, as if his magic circle had worked, creating an invisible net that caught the mysterious pursuer. Rui began to build a cage around himself, as if creating a magical amulet that would protect him from mysterious threats and allow him to unravel the secrets of his own world. To his surprise, he saw Iris standing before him inside the magical cage, as if her appearance was part of a mysterious plan that he could not predict. He could not understand where she had come from and why exactly she was in his magical cage, as if the mystery of her presence had to be solved along with the secrets of his own fate. The protagonist wondered if she would catch him, anticipating questions and doubts that cast a shadow of uncertainty on their meeting in the magical world. But he didn't want to fight her at all, revealing to her his true intentions and desire to unravel the secrets of their meeting together. Iris saw no point in answering the guy, creating a moment of confusion and mystery as if her silence was part of a complex puzzle. She wanted to take revenge on him for her master, filling the air around her with tension and determination to change the course of events in her favor. After which she began to attack her classmate, showing determination and strength, as if she had become a merciless defender of her master in this magical battle. Well, it is an honorable thing that Rui did not allow himself to be easily offended and began to defend himself, showing restraint and determination to stand up for his essence in this unusual battle. The girl used a technique called bloodshed, which embodied magical power and extraordinary energy, as if her attack came from ancient times and was aimed at releasing mysterious forces. And it really worked, and the main character lay down right under a tree nearby, submitting to the power of the bloodshed technique, as if his resistance had been overcome by extraordinary strength. Now she had avenged her master, her attack resulting in victory, creating a moment of satisfaction and triumph behind the ecstatic magical battle. Rui, on the other hand, began to smile and said that his arm still hurt, bringing a touch of irony and playfulness to the situation, as if, despite the defeat, he had not lost his sense of humor. Iris could not understand how the guy could rise, creating a new moment of mystery in this unusual story, as if he had a power that defied ordinary understanding. This time, she was serious about finishing the guy off and used the bloody scythe, unleashing a new magic move with deadly energy as if her resolve was undeniable. Her gaze was confident and calm, as if at that moment her whole being was filled with determination and indifference, creating the image of a fearless warrior in this magical confrontation. In a split second, she began to attack her opponent, channeling her determination into magical movements, as if at that moment time had slowed down, leaving only tense air around them. Easily dodging the attack, Rui danced among the glowing shards like a virtuoso, creating a whirlwind of emotion and brilliance that remained in the memory long after this incredible moment. Noticing Rui's deft movements, Lady Iris perceived something unique in them. It is not surprising that she wanted to study this guy in more detail, because his grace was so attractive. Rui, like the wind, easily dodged the attack, noticing how Lady Iris was watching him with curiosity, and slowing down the girl's steps, politely asked to explain who was at the origins of her charm and power, revealing the secret that had attracted his attention. Flushing with rage, she realized that the guy, by not recognizing her, had become the source of her disappointment, and the fire of rejection flared in her eyes. Developing further, it turned out that her lover, who became the object of Rui's attention, turned out to be not just a woman, but a demon queen, the embodiment of mysterious power and indomitable beauty in the world of magic. Hearing that her lover was the demon queen, Rui was momentarily in a state of slight shock, trembling in surprise at the magnificent secret that had just been revealed. Rui realized that his sister, who seemed ordinary in everyday life, had suddenly acquired a mysterious complexion, becoming a demon queen, and this discovery only increased his emotional turmoil. Iris, meeting Rui's gaze, unexpectedly declared that she felt energy from him comparable to the power of the queen, which once again excited the imagination and created a new layer of mystery in their meeting. Yes, there was truth in these words, because having lived 300 years with Alice, a piece of her strength and soul penetrated into Rui, leaving something in him that survived time and retained its mysterious essence. Having discovered that his magical power truly surpassed that of a human, Rui realized that something incomprehensible flowing through his veins, belonging to another higher reality. She continued, promising to give only a small portion of her power to Rui, leaving the event in such a way that it would go unnoticed and unknown to ordinary people. With a smile, Iris warned that Rui had the ability to deceive others, emphasizing that his art of stealth and disguise would impress those who met him. However, she emphasized that despite his ability to deceive, she, as the Lord and Queen of Demons, does not fall for such tricks, remaining inaccessible to any tricks. By discovering that her magical eye had the unique ability to see magical energy, its shape and color, Iris added a new dimension to their exploration of the mysterious aspects of the magic that surrounded them. In Rui's gaze, there was more than just the magical energy of the Demon King. She noticed in him an unknown force capable of influencing the deepest realities and secret currents of the universe. For the first time, she didn't notice it herself. But on the day of the exams, when magic was the most important, she felt that there was something outstanding and mysterious about Ruya. Observing him closely during exams, she noticed how adept he was at using black magic, revealing the dark aspects of his inner world, which added to the mystery of his personality. Then Rui, feeling her gaze, suddenly realized at what point he had used black magic, and this inner guess filled him with mixed feelings of discovery and self-knowledge. Stunned by the flow of new information and inner discoveries, Rui experienced a slight shock when he realized that his world was full of mysteries and secrets that could hardly be revealed. He was lost in questions about who Iris was, who turned out to be the Lord and Queen of Demons, possessing so many mysterious and hidden abilities that each answer brought only new riddles. Having decided to reveal her secret to the guy, Iris was ready to meet him and tell him who she really was, opening the door to new pages of their interaction. Iris revealed that she was one of the great Demon Queen's subjects and a vampire, revealing her true nature, which was hidden from the eyes of many vampires. Rui was undoubtedly shocked by this unexpected news, and his emotions fluctuated between surprise, respect, and slight anxiety in the face of the mystery and magic that surrounded this mysterious vampire. The main character, experiencing a mixture of feelings, dared to find out if this girl was the very vampire he may have always been looking for in his soul and in the world of secrets. Iris said that due to the small number of their relatives, they are on the verge of extermination, inspiring the main character that in front of him stands not only a mysterious vampire but also a defender of his people, fighting for survival. Having unraveled the plan of fate, Iris said that their family was saved from extermination by the guy's sister, who remained faithful to her past and her people, which added even more mystery and nobility in her eyes. Studying these new details, the main character fell into a growing shock, comprehending the depth of secrets and connections that intertwined around him, creating a web of mysterious relationships and debts. Realizing that Alice, his sister, was in hell, the main character realized that her search had become an even more difficult task, because hell is a dark and inaccessible reality. Iris finally found a guy in the capital, a man with magical abilities comparable to the Demon King, which added new nuances to their meeting and relationship. So this means that the guy who has the magical power of the Demon King is actually her real enemy, and opens up a new level of complexity in their relationship. Iris began to explain that there are only two ways to take on another's magical power. The first is to gradually take it away over a long period of time, but this method is not suitable for him due to his short life. Rui naturally did not agree with this because his life was extremely long and such a slow method was not an attractive option for him. Iris claimed that his power came from his act of killing Alice, which became the source of his magical power, which left him with a mixture of guilt and shock. Doubting the veracity of his words, the girl could not believe her boyfriend, because the idea that he received his magical power from the death of Alice seemed incredible to her. She decided that there was no point in asking him any more questions, since his answers caused final irritation and disappointment, leaving her in a state of dissatisfaction and misunderstanding. The readiness to tear him to pieces on the spot took possession of her, and sparks of indignation flashed in her eyes, muted by rage at the perceived betrayal and riddles that kindled the dark flame in her. Iris, using the high-cross blood spear, the embodiment of her power, prepared for an act of vengeance aimed at the border between light and darkness, emphasizing her determination and skill in battle. The guy did not show much nervousness, as he believed in his strength and confidence that he could overcome all difficulties and win the upcoming battle. To ensure his protection, he activated the Satanic Ray, the embodiment of dark forces, ready to answer the call and stand by his side in the fight against the powerful Iris. In the blink of an eye, the bloody spear disappeared as if it had never been there, highlighting the fickleness of magic and the unpredictability of the outcome of this unusual battle. The girl refused to believe in his real strength, since the idea of his strength was distorted in the eyes of her confused mind, unable to comprehend such magical greatness. From that moment on, she fell to her knees, faced with invincibility and shock, opening a new chapter in her understanding of the magic and power that stood before her. Iris, having overcome her own bewilderment, was unable to fully unravel the mystery of who he really was, remaining in the dark about the true nature of his power and essence. The main character began to explain that he was the same as the girl, seeking to save his queen, which clarified his true motives and clarified the paradoxes of their meeting in the world of magic and mysteries. Both, having finished the storm of clashes and conversations, sat down on a snag in the forest, surrounded by a silence that seemed to slowly restore balance to their relationship. The girl could not accept into her reality the truth that her queen was really alive, and this fact, like a magical blow, deserved comprehension and internal acceptance. Ready to answer for her actions, she was willing to accept whatever punishment awaited her for her actions, offering her loyalty and repentance to her queen. Instead of suggesting punishment, he suggested that they work together to save his sister, which reflected his willingness to cooperate and showed that he had a place of leniency in his heart. To console her, he promised that the issue of punishment would be resolved after they worked together to save his sister, trying to find a balance between justice and mercy. Realizing that revealing the lives of both kings could lead to war, they realized that they needed to be extremely careful and tactful to avoid additional difficulties and conflicts in a world where politics and forces could throw everything into chaos. At this point, the protagonist realized that revealing this information would make it difficult to seek help from anyone else, as it would raise questions of travel and loyalty in the face of potential conflict. However, this did not mean that everyone around would automatically become enemies. There were those who could understand the difficult circumstances and remain neutral in this situation. As it turned out, all this time other vampires were watching them from afar, which created additional layers of intrigue and uncertainty in their already established history. A man named Bruno appeared before the couple, suddenly intervening in their destinies and introducing new elements into an already confusing scenario. Bruno said that even after 300 years, the Demon King remains the only master for this couple, instilling in them that the bonds of the past cannot be easily broken. The man wasted no time and immediately asked the guy to make them his subjects, presenting them with difficult choices and trials. Bruno admitted that before this they had no idea, but after 300 long years they finally met the bridge to the Demon King, creating a new twist in the plot of their lives. Bruno revealed to them that Rui was their last hope, the key to solving the mysteries and to their survival in a complex game of power and magic. To the surprise of everyone, the guy easily agreed to their proposal, as if he had awakened in him the confidence that this path would lead to new discoveries and opportunities. Iris, feeling responsible for the noise of her companions, asked the guy for forgiveness, trying to remain calm and resolve the misunderstanding that arose due to their sudden appearance. She explained that all of her partners were just deliriously happy, somehow losing control and having an unexpected effect on those around them. The main character was also glad that he had more friends, and in this whirlwind of events he found some joy and support in his journey. The girl sincerely admitted that she hopes for further cooperation with the guy, expressing her readiness to cooperate and develop their relationship. After all the incidents, the guy decided to rest a little, giving himself the opportunity to think about what happened and look at the future from a new perspective. Rui, who remembered in his dream that his room smelled very delicious, woke up with a feeling of mystery that approached him again. When he finally realized that there was someone else in the room instead of him, he fell into a slight shock, not expecting such a turn of events, which added a new element of mystery to his adventure. In front of him, he saw a girl standing and preparing food, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort in the room, which caused him amazement and an incredible feeling of surprise. On the threshold of a spring morning, when the rays of the sun gently hugged the earth, Iris greeted a mysterious guy whose gaze was so deep that words seemed superfluous in their invisible conversation. With a look full of tenderness, Iris told the guy about her culinary plans, promising him breakfast like a magical symphony of flavors, and asked him to wait, leading him into a world of anticipation. The main character was curious about what Iris was doing in his room, creating a mysterious atmosphere filled with rumors of mysterious secrets and magic that he did not yet know about. Rui is left waiting for an explanation of how the sorceress Iris entered his world, like a mysterious star falling from the heavens to illuminate the path to unexpected enchantments. Iris explained with a slight smile that she was destined to be his assistant, as if fate had long ago decided that their paths would intertwine to create a unique saga in their shared life. Iris handed him her creation on a plate as a gift, and warmly admitted that she had invested not only skill, but also all her love into this breakfast. When you look at the table, Iris's breakfast truly looks delicious, with bright colors, delicious aroma, and a rich variety of dishes creating the feeling of a magical morning feast. The main character, enjoying a magnificent breakfast, sincerely thanked Iris for this banquet, in which every taste, like a note of melody, sounded juicy and memorable. When he finally decided to try something with his own hands, the main character realized how deliciously he could cook, weaving a piece of his inner warmth into every culinary masterpiece. In the atmosphere of the class, the girl decided to reintroduce herself, as if revealing her story in new shades, causing a mysterious stir among her classmates. This time she introduced herself as Ryu, resurrected and whole again, as if gently mended by the magic of time and fate, ready to weave new stories with her class. Of course, everyone in the class was amazed by this unexpected news, and a look of amazement flashed in their eyes, as if opening a new chapter of the mysterious journey with Ryu. And among the surprised looks, Charlotte stood out with her discontent, as if there was disharmony in her heart caused by the unexpected turn of events in the class. With her appearance and facial expression, Charlotte literally conveyed to everyone that she was deeply dissatisfied with the current situation, as if her internal rebellion was broadcast to the whole class. Charlotte, with a demanding, urgent air, demanded an immediate explanation from her boyfriend, as if demanding clarity in the foggy web of mysterious events unfolding in their classroom. In a whirlwind of excitement and uncertainty, Iris intervened for an unknown reason, deciding to hug the guy, as if eclipsing the moment and diffusing the tension that had gripped the class. Rui did his best to reconcile Charlotte and Iris, as if protecting them from unnecessary disagreements and tensions that could cloud the air in the classroom. After some time, they finally calmed down, found a common language, and sat in the classroom like the only harmony in the world after a storm of uncertainty. The guy decided that what was still ahead, written on the board, was already important, and peered into the next chapter as if into a riddle ready to unfold before him. The teacher stood in front of the class, arguing that it was not the race that was important, but those who overcame the wall of strength, receiving a special mark, as if drawing attention to the strength of the inner spirit, capable of overcoming any barrier. When its owner becomes stronger, it transforms into a golden royal mark, and a special royal mark also appears next to it, as if symbolizing the highest level of strength and wisdom. When the teacher asked who knew anything about this royal mark, one of the boys energetically raised his hand, as if ready to reveal the secrets he had learned in his quest. He began to explain that when you think of a special royal mark, what comes to mind is the Dragon King and the Demon King, two monarchs who are completely different from each other in nature. As demon kings, they become the embodiment of brutal power, their power piercing the darkness and causing trembling in the hearts of those who dare cross their path. In a martial arts tournament, participants will fight the previous Demon King, and the winner will join the ranks of the elite to become the next lord, thereby passing on the title of a demon with outstanding magical power. Of course, in this fascinating story, Iris saw her destiny reflected as if in a mirror, where magic and adventure are closely intertwined with her own story. Unlike demons, Dragon Kings are born with the mark of a king inherited from their royal family. From that point on, they are destined to become Dragon Lords, but carry the burden of that title from birth. The teacher announced that the next step would be practice, but emphasized that this time their mentor would be a different teacher, as if making a mysterious change in the class routine. Everyone was startled by the news that they would now have a teacher with an overall grade, as if the sudden appearance of this mysterious teacher caused surprise and excitement in the class. Rui realized that he now had ample opportunities to gain new knowledge and experience, as if the upcoming training under the guidance of a teacher with a general assessment promised to be exciting and useful. The teacher asked if they were Liga students, as if hinting at his connection with a mysterious and influential educational institution. The man introduced himself as a traveling swordsman named Kojiro and announced that he would be teaching them for a while, as if bringing a dose of mystery and adventure to the class. Charlotte, full of curiosity, wondered how powerful this man was, as if his power held secrets that could captivate the imagination. The man invited them to fight him if they wanted to find out how strong he was, as if challenging him to a duel to reveal his true strength and skill to them. The entire class was eager to meet such a great master in battle, as if the flames of passion and excitement were burning in their hearts, creating an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. The wolf, with a burning thirst for battle, resolutely expressed his desire to fight first, as if he was ready to accept the challenge and show his skills in front of the great master. Kojiro announced that Wolf and Michael could attack him together, as if giving them a unique opportunity to test their strength in an alliance against the great swordmaster. He then unsheathed his sword as if unraveling the mystery hidden within the blade, and prepared his eyes for the coming battle. The man decided to shake their confidence and asked if they were afraid of the possibility of losing together, as if challenging their determination and fortitude. Their dissatisfaction grew as the man did not seem to take them seriously, as if forcing them to prove their strength even more forcefully. Kojiro noticed the strong spirit in them and wondered what would come of this struggle, as if seeing in their determination and energy the potential for something unexpected and great. He then announced that he was ready to fight, a glimmer of determination and experience seeming to flash in his eyes, ready to test his strength. Next, the man pushed off from the floor, as if flying into the air, and in his movements one could already read the grace of an experienced warrior, ready for battle. The wolf didn't even have time to react as the swordmaster approached him like a shadow, silently and efficiently, creating the feeling that the battle had begun even before the first blow. Wolf's strike, compared to Swordmaster Kojiro's, seemed surprisingly slow, as if time had slowed down, highlighting the gap in skill and experience. Michael could not afford to lose this battle, as if his determination was filled with a burning desire to overcome the challenge and prove his strength. He then used a technique called bomb, as if suddenly revealing his arsenal of techniques that could bring surprise to battle. By this point, the man had already admitted that the situation had become a little dangerous, as if the internal fire of their passions was fueling the fight to the limit of tension. They were furious when they saw that even a few blows did not reach their target, as if anger and disappointment ignited the flame of determination within them. By the way, now he is preparing for a new attack, as if the moment of truth is approaching again, and they are ready to face unknown challenges. Wolf gave him advice to bite his tongue during a fight, as if trying to tactfully emphasize the need for silence at this moment, so as not to divulge his plans. Kojiro easily dodged the guy's attack. Grace and skill seemed to appear in his movements, making it clear that for him such attacks were just an easy stage of testing. And then, with ease and skill, he threw the wolf away from himself several meters, as if demonstrating superiority and control in this fight. Mikhail could not give up, because this would mean that his dignity would suffer. He stood resolutely, ready to accept the challenge and continue the fight. He was ready to use his strongest magic, as in the exciting moment when he called upon his inner strength for the final decisive attack. Michael was slightly surprised that the man didn't try to defend himself, but decided that if he did, he would try to attack harder. The guy decided to use his bomb of the longest range, as if creating a vortex of energy that would absorb everyone around in a vortex of its power. But Kojiro still continued to stand motionless, as if his equanimity and steadfastness were a strong shield from the oncoming whirlwind of magic. After a while, a smile appeared on his face and he was ready to strike, as if his gaze contained wisdom and confidence in the upcoming action. And it was at that moment that he did what he had in mind, as if the moment had exploded with a powerful blow, leaving behind only an echo. Mikhail could not believe what was happening, as if the world around him was distorted, reflecting the improbability and unexpectedness of what had happened. The man asked if they could continue, as if the inner determination and passion of battle had now reached a new level, making them want to go further. But Mikhail lost the strength and desire to continue. He realized that he had lost and in the end gave up, as if admitting defeat to the strength of an experienced opponent. Everyone present was shocked that this man had defeated them so easily, as if his skill had pierced their expectations and caused uncontrollable admiration. Rui was confident that now, after this fight, he would become a better person, as if in every defeat he saw an opportunity for his own growth and improvement. The main character took the sword in his hands, as if feeling the weight of the weapon, preparing for the next test that will take his skills to the next level. The man noticed that the main character had again tensed his shoulders too much and advised him to move the weight lower as if sharing his experience and suggesting how to improve the technique. The man admitted that before he was a nobody, but for a clearer understanding, he added that now he is confident in his abilities and knows who he really is. His perseverance left a mark on him as a mark of achievement, showing his journey and efforts to become someone important. The man decided that his upcoming task would be to train the prince, as if a new chapter in their shared history had opened before him, full of lessons and discoveries. James stated that he personally trains the prince and the man does not need it, as if his words convey confidence in his abilities and responsibility for training the heir. There was clearly tension between them, as if uncertainty and dissatisfaction were in the air, creating an atmosphere of intransigence. The guy said that it was his duty and he could not do otherwise, as if emphasizing his devotion and determination in fulfilling his duties. But Yuri said that the guy shouldn't worry. Kojiro no longer interfered with all this. When the man asked if anyone else wanted it, Michael and Wolf immediately extended their hands to him. James didn't think the man was bad, but he couldn't let others get close to the prince without doing something special. Yuri was glad that he had such a guard. Rui realized that they had a really strong connection. The main character said that James will teach him today. Nevertheless, Kojiro suggested starting training. Rui was clearly alarmed. He didn't look the best. Something was very bothering him and he wasn't doing a good job of hiding it. Rui was clearly alarmed. He didn't look the best. Something was very bothering him and he wasn't doing a good job of hiding it. Charlotte couldn't understand why Rui always goes with him and trusts him. It was clear to her from the very beginning that this was a bad idea. Iris realized that she should be with the main character and should also think about my rebellious behavior. She still didn't have enough to ruin everything for the master. Usually Wolf was also with them, but this time it was an exception. The main character was asked how he was doing. The same stranger with whom he had met when named Frederick appeared in front of the guy. Rui heard that Frederick had gotten into some kind of squabble again. This was clearly not a good sign for him. Frederick asked the main character who it was next to him. He introduced his girlfriend Charlotte and his girlfriend Iris. Frederick noticed that they were very cheerful. The guy said that he had information that Rui would like. As it turned out, Frederick found a dungeon nearby, not far from them, and the main character really became interested after hearing it. But the girl, on the contrary, somehow became wary after that. Frederick decided to tell this information to Rui because the ruins there could have a connection with the hero whom the guy was working so hard on. Rui's expression instantly changed. He was ready to plunge into this headlong. He found the entrance there, but there is a rather strong seal on it. So far, no one has entered it, and there is also such a template on that seal. The template really had an unusual shape, and more specifically, the shape of a petal or flower. As it turned out, this was the family mark of the family of heroes. It was not simple, but truly legendary and meaningful. So there was a high probability that this dungeon had some kind of connection with the hero, which could play into the hands of the main character. A girl named Kazakh was very interested in what awaited them for the treasure inside the dungeon. Frederick noticed that the girl had a rather unusual manner of speech, and in addition asked where she was from. Charlotte couldn't understand why Wolf didn't go with them today, but as it turned out, today he's training with Michael. After the fight with Kojiro, the two of them began to train very hard and diligently, which was to bear fruit in the future. Just at that moment, Rui noticed Kojiro sitting nearby, whom he remembered a couple of seconds ago. The man admitted that he was told that effective medicinal herbs grow here, so he was looking for them. The guy admitted that he was not here because they were actually going to see what the dungeon was up ahead. Rui assured Kojiro that they were not going to play there, and if it was dangerous, they would immediately leave the dungeon. Kojiro will agree to this only if they take him with them so that he can look after them and help if something happens. Kojiro provided the children with a homemade regeneration potion that works on scrapes and bruises. But still, they must be extremely careful on this expedition, because the potion will not be able to save them from final death if something happens. Rui was disturbed by how kind the teacher was to them throughout the whole time, especially at this moment in time. Rui was disturbed by how kind the teacher was to them throughout the whole time, especially at this moment in time. After some relatively short time, they finally came to the dungeon. It's not that this was a new dungeon. The ruins had always been here, but Frederick thought that they had been plundered. It's not that this was a new dungeon. The ruins had always been here, but Frederick thought that they had been plundered. Near the dungeon, there was a group of people consisting of 5 people. They were diligently trying to find something, but at the moment, they were resting. Kazaka shared her opinion that this group of people seemed unpleasant, and she would not particularly want to be around them for a long time. Kazaka shared her opinion that this group of people seemed unpleasant, and she would not particularly want to be around them for a long time. They rudely asked what they needed and why they came here. They rudely asked what they needed and why they came here. The next people they turned to were Charlotte and Iris. They told them that it was dangerous here and it was better for them not to be here, otherwise the consequences could be dire. If they walk here, the bad adults will catch them. This behavior made Charlotte very angry. Although she did not show the full aspect of her emotions, you could still tell that she was unhappy with it. This behavior made Charlotte very angry. Although she did not show the full aspect of her emotions, you could still tell that she was unhappy with it. Iris even said that if they want to flirt, they should first start with taking care of themselves because their behavior was disgusting. The man instantly became furious and even pulled out a knife, saying that the girls would regret not taking him seriously. For unknown reasons, he decided to start with Rui, then swung at the guy and was ready to strike. It is clear that Rui easily dodged this attack and it did not cause him any harm. Then the main character began to attack himself in order to show that the man has no right to conduct a dialogue with them like that. Strangely enough, in a split second, the man simply lay on the ground unconscious after such a blow from the guy. Strangely enough, in a split second, the man simply lay on the ground unconscious after such a blow from the guy. The men's partners could not understand at all what these children were allowing themselves to do and were also ready to show them their place. Frederick realized that it looked like the 3 wouldn't get inside so quickly, and something had to be done to speed up this process. But the men didn't care about the threats of Frederick and the others because there were more of them, and he saw this as their advantage. Sometimes you need to prove yourself like senpai. Sometimes you need to prove yourself like senpai. This creature had a truly bewitching appearance. With its mere appearance, it could scare off many pseudo-heroes, like in this case men. Already trembling with fear, the man told the others not to dare to retreat because they must stand to the end, no matter what happens. The man even managed to hit the creature and slightly pierce its thick ball of clay, but the problem was that after such a blow, he simply could not reach his weapon. The man even managed to hit the creature and slightly pierce its thick ball of clay, but the problem was that after such a blow, he simply could not reach his weapon. Frederick gave the command to the golem to begin battles in order to quickly move on to the dungeon. Then the partners saw their friend already unconscious, lying on the floor straight like that impudent man who was in a similar situation. In a mysterious voice, someone told Ryu and Iris not to move, otherwise unexpected things might happen to everyone. Turning around, they saw in front of them a man who was holding a knife right in front of the Kazakh's throat. He pathetically asked whether they knew what would happen if they moved. He asked them again, only this time he raised his tone or whether they understood what was happening. And just after these words, not a trace remained of the man's sword. It is unclear who, and it is unclear how his sword was simply cut in half, which radically changed the whole situation. As it turned out, it was the work of Kazakh. As it turned out, it was the work of Kazakh. The insect immediately began to attack the man in order to protect the girl. The Kazakh woman immediately began to apologize to her friend and said that they were already finishing. Frederick was not at all aware of the existence of this man, and next time he would have to ask permission to look at him and find out more. Frederick was not at all aware of the existence of this man, and next time he would have to ask permission to look at him and find out more. The girl decided that since one of them woke up, she needed to wake up the others. The girl decided that since one of them woke up, she needed to wake up the others. Suddenly, a multitude of abnormally huge insects appeared, and their origins remained a mystery, but now their numbers were strikingly equal. Stunned by the inexplicable, the man felt instant fear. Stunned by the inexplicable, the man felt instant fear. With gratitude in his heart, the Kazakh began to warmly express his gratitude to his friends for the help they provided, pouring words into their contributions to his life with warmth and sincerity. The guy, rejoicing at the victory over his enemies, realized that it was important that they did not remember them, and now he had to do everything possible to erase his trace from their memory. The main character suddenly began to use an unknown technique, shrouding his actions in an aura of mystery and causing interest and surprise among those around him. The main character suddenly began to use an unknown technique, shrouding his actions in an aura of mystery and causing interest and surprise among those around him. By channeling electricity through his head, the hero discovered that he could manipulate memories, effectively erasing parts of the past and leaving behind traces of uncertainty. By channeling electricity through his head, the hero discovered that he could manipulate memories, effectively erasing parts of the past and leaving behind traces of uncertainty. After some time, they found themselves in the jungle, and the place itself seemed truly mysterious, as if nature itself kept its secrets and sacraments here. After some time, they found themselves in the jungle, and the place itself seemed truly mysterious, as if nature itself kept its secrets and sacraments here. Moreover, this seal proved to be extremely durable, which only increased the difficulty before them and added new puzzles to their already difficult task. Frederick wondered if he could ask Charlotte for a small favor, revealing the hope of her friendly assistance on this mysterious journey. It is unclear why the main character suddenly grabbed Charlotte's hand, as if trying to dissuade her from something or warn her from an invisible danger. Rui asked Charlotte not to overwork herself if she was doing it for his sake, and resolutely began to investigate whether it was possible to somehow remove the mysterious seal in question. Rui asked Charlotte not to overwork herself if she was doing it for his sake, and resolutely began to investigate whether it was possible to somehow remove the mysterious seal in question. The girl, of course, was outraged by this guy's reaction, expressing her dissatisfaction and misunderstanding in response to Rui's sudden appeal. She also wanted to know what her ancestor was like and to see with her own eyes the history that formed the basis of her own origins. Charlotte then began the process of removing the mysterious seal, setting before her an amazing path to uncovering secrets and reconnecting with the past. After some time, he managed to achieve a positive result, and that mysterious seal was finally successfully removed, opening up new horizons and secrets for them. At this time, Frederick smiled widely, confident that Charlotte would cope with the task, and completely believing in her, supporting her until the very end. The protagonist's gaze faded, and for reasons unclear, he was called out and ordered to stand, creating a mysterious moment in his own story. There were now many more people in the jungle than expected, creating an environment that none of them had anticipated. The guy asked permission to join them in the dungeon, expressing a desire to go together through unforeseen trials and secrets that were hidden in these mysterious places. Rui wondered who they were, as he could not allow them to join without understanding their identity and goals in this mysterious place. The girl with blue hair was named Jima, and she was a thief. With a wave of her hand, she expressed pleasure at meeting her, adding that it was nice to meet you. The third girl turned out to be Mal. Despite her status as a newcomer, she was a magician, which added interest to this unpredictable group. Realizing that they couldn't do it alone, they decided to ask Rui if they could help them on their difficult journey by revealing their own purpose and motivation. Charlotte asked if there were any advantages to them joining and helping them, finding out how they could benefit from this alliance. Max began to explain that despite their weakness, they had a lot of experience in the jungle and knew how to discover traps, treasures, and secret passages, which their new acquaintances did not know how to do. Indeed, it was true that they did not know at all how to handle traps, find treasures, and discover hidden passages in the jungle. The company decided to discuss all aspects of the situation and make a collective decision on how to move forward with this group and what steps to take in their journey together. The guy pulled out the Ring of Charge, which absorbs the magical power of the one who puts it on and stores this energy in himself. Rui's heart was touched by this magical item, and it was clear to him that this treasure would be useful to him in future adventures. As it turns out, the ring drained Max's magical power, but released some that didn't enter his inner sphere, creating an interesting twist on the use of this magical item. The next item was the Medal of Body Change, which, when placed around the neck, promised to protect against any attack, adding a new element of security to the collection of magical artifacts. Kazakh was not entirely happy about this because this pendant broke from a light attack. After Max suggested the next item, the main character broke down and gave them permission to join them on their difficult journey. Charlotte wasn't sure that everything would be fine and was a little nervous about it, keeping a cautious optimism in her heart. After this, the entire group, now united, went deep into the dungeon, ready for the new adventures and challenges that awaited them. As it turns out, the group's true intention was to take all the treasure for themselves, raising questions about trust and the consistency of their journey together. It's better to be careful. There must be a trap in such a corridor, for example, a copy emerging from the floor or an arrow. Just as Max was talking about the button in the floor, Rui unwittingly stepped on it, creating a tense moment and raising questions about following the warnings. However, now everyone clearly understood what Max warned about, looking at what happened with some puzzlement. The main character undoubtedly felt guilty at this moment, realizing that it was because of him that all these events were developing in this direction. Max instructed Mala to take the lead since she was a mage, emphasizing her abilities in magic and the need to use them in this situation. The girl conjured a medium magic arrow and fired it straight towards the huge stone, quickly reacting to the threat and trying to nullify the potential danger. Max slowly realized that in front of him was a stone devoid of magical power, and that is why the girl's spell remained ineffective, like a fruitless plan doomed to futility. Max slowly realized that in front of him was a stone devoid of magical power, and that is why the girl's spell remained ineffective, like a fruitless plan doomed to futility. Hearing that the stone could not be broken with an ordinary stone, the main character flared up with enthusiasm and instantly ran towards it, sweeping away obstacles in his path. Rui, after weighing the power of his meteor fist technique, decided to use it to break the mysterious stone, embodying power and determination in the act. The Jackal group marveled when they saw how the guy actually managed to break that mysterious stone, joyfully welcoming success and absorbing the energy of his victory. Iris carefully asked the guy to show more reason in such situations, reminding him of the possible dangers and risks that could lie in wait for him along the way. I have not yet encountered many different traps and obstacles on my way. Frederick noticed that they had already come a long way, but still had not discovered any treasure, causing him some concern. The main character said that there was an additional path deeper and suggested continuing research along this route. Maximum understanding may come when they discover a way out for themselves, or they may be able to invent a cunning plan that will help deceive everyone around them. Finding that vast spaces were opening up in places where they had not previously penetrated, the protagonist assumed that they were probably in the depths of the dungeon. Rui's gaze deepened into the distance, and his expression suddenly changed, acquiring a hint of fear and fear. Not seeing the slightest hint of a flying magic ball in front of them, they began to wonder if they were encountering one of the most treasured treasures hidden in the mysterious depths of the dungeon. It was difficult to unravel what exactly was revealed before their eyes, a mysterious manifestation, vague and incomprehensible, that captivated the imagination of all those present. And suddenly, out of nowhere, the words of some mysterious voice were heard, who announced that he was testing life reactions and was beginning to analyze the hero's genetic code. Having successfully completed the operation, the process of transferring information to the two began. Having successfully completed the operation, the process of transferring information to the two began. With an additional shock, they discovered that not only the guy, but also Charlotte was missing. No one could understand how this could even happen. Max was also at a dead end, unable to explain what happened, because this was the first time he had encountered a similar phenomenon. Kazakh wisely asked Iris to wipe away the panic, reminding her that calmness is the best ally in solving difficult situations. Iris immediately began to apologize to Max for her unrestrained impulse, realizing that lost emotions do not always help in solving mysterious mysteries. Iris immediately began to apologize to Max for her unrestrained impulse, realizing that lost emotions do not always help in solving mysterious mysteries. Frederick had an unpleasant premonition of trouble. Frederick noticed that the sphere examined them carefully and then transported two of them. It seemed that it removed them, allowing us to continue on our way, but unfortunately it left us. The sudden disappearance of his comrades under the influence of a magical sphere, which Frederick had warned about, finally penetrated Max's consciousness, forcing him to think about the mysterious force influences and possible consequences of this unusual event. The sudden disappearance of his comrades under the influence of a magical sphere, which Frederick had warned about, finally penetrated Max's consciousness, forcing him to think about the mysterious force influences and possible consequences of this unusual event. It was because of this irrepressible decision to end all communications with them that a mysterious rock statue appeared before their eyes, rising like a powerful giant from ancient times. The remaining group of people were confused, faced with misunderstandings, helplessly wondering about the next steps, because among those who left were those who possessed unrivaled strength and wisdom. The remaining group of people were confused, faced with misunderstandings, helplessly wondering about the next steps, because among those who left were those who possessed unrivaled strength and wisdom. It was at this moment that it became clear to them that only the two of them had been transported to this mysterious place, and no one else was sharing this mysterious setting with them. It was at this moment that it became clear to them that only the two of them had been transported to this mysterious place, and no one else was sharing this mysterious setting with them. Charlotte held out hope that the others were okay, and in turn decided that they should be concerned about their safety, leaving them as an afterthought. The main character's gaze darted to the girl's hand resting on the sword, and at that moment something mysterious and unknown flashed in her eyes. With caution, the guy took her hand and gently asked her not to resort to such actions, arguing that it was unnecessary and not required in this situation. In addition, he explained that he was with her to somehow reassure her, because against the backdrop of this difficult and tense situation, any support becomes important. After these words, Charlotte suddenly became confused. Confusion flashed across her face, and she became embarrassed, as if she had not expected such attention. She noted that she herself was capable of defending herself, but if he wanted, then so be it, she would agree, allowing him to take care of her protection. It is clear that the guy did not argue on this score, and only added that he was ready to become her knight, giving her a sense of security in this mysterious and dangerous world. It is clear that the guy did not argue on this score, and only added that he was ready to become her knight, giving her a sense of security in this mysterious and dangerous world. A stranger in a rather strange and old outfit wandered not far from them, attracting attention with his mysterious presence in this world full of secrets. Sword in hand, Rui inquired about who stood before them, eager to discover the stranger's identity and learn more about who had joined their strange adventures. Sword in hand, Rui inquired about who stood before them, eager to discover the stranger's identity and learn more about who had joined their strange adventures. Explaining that he posed no threat, he politely invited them to join, a silent gesture inviting them to come to him and reveal new aspects of their fateful journey. Explaining that he posed no threat, he politely invited them to join, a silent gesture inviting them to come to him and reveal new aspects of their fateful journey. Having no other option, the three who came decided to follow him, following the mysterious stranger in the hope of new discoveries and unraveling the secrets of this strange world. An extremely ancient painting of historical significance was spread out before them, right on the wall, arousing their respect and incredible admiration for the greatness of the past, brought to life by this work of art. The painting depicted the majestic ogre hero. His appearance came to life on an ancient canvas, revealing mysterious stories and exploits to them, plunging them into the depths of time. The painting depicted the majestic ogre hero. His appearance came to life on an ancient canvas, revealing mysterious stories and exploits to them, plunging them into the depths of time. The stranger decided to answer all their questions in sequence, preparing to reveal the secrets and provide them with the keys to understanding what was happening in this amazing historical place. The answers must have amazed them, causing surprise not only at the results, but also heightening their interest in what lies in the depths of this mysterious story. The answers must have amazed them, causing surprise not only at the results, but also heightening their interest in what lies in the depths of this mysterious story. He couldn't even remember his name, but it was because of his rotten face that he felt disgusted with his body, considering himself a kind of zombie in this mysterious past. This was the place where Mr. Ogre's data protection was controlled, where secrets and important information were kept, giving them the feeling that they had entered into the core of the secrets and mysteries of this historical past. He is an integral part of this place, intended to correctly reveal the meaning of the fresco. He has long been waiting for the right people who are able to unravel the secrets and penetrate the depths of the images presented in the work of art. Rui could not understand whether it was a decision to accept this position as part of this world, or whether he himself had consciously chosen this path, leaving the mystery of his own motivations. Rui could not understand whether it was a decision to accept this position as part of this world, or whether he himself had consciously chosen this path, leaving the mystery of his own motivations. The stranger decided to share with the park's heroes the story of the hero and his 3 true friends, revealing new chapters of this exciting saga and shedding light on their true connections. The stranger decided to share with the park's heroes the story of the hero and his 3 true friends, revealing new chapters of this exciting saga and shedding light on their true connections. The group is now faced with uncertainty, not knowing what to do without Rui, since he could easily defeat the monster, creating a void with his absence. She made the decision to use the bloody spear, going into battle with a resolve shrouded in mysterious energy, ready to fight back the monster and reaffirm her willingness to stand in defense of her friends. Unfortunately for her, this did not bring any results, and the spear simply broke on the stone golem, expressing hopelessness in front of the unshakable strength of this extraordinary creature. Max couldn't believe that the spear really broke. For the first time, he saw a golem made of stones, the embodiment of sealing magic, and this made him amazed at the unexpected and strong opponent. Realizing that magic was powerless against the stone golem, Iris decided to retreat with the group, faced with a hopeless situation where there was simply no choice. Despite the difficulty of the situation, she decided to take a chance and try to strike the enemy, trying to somehow damage him and cause at least some kind of response from this stone golem. She put all her strength into this blow, concentrating on an instant attack with the hope that it might leave at least some mark on the impenetrable armor of the stone enemy. As expected, this did little to help, and Iris simply landed back down, realizing that her attempt to break through the golem's defenses had been in vain. As expected, this did little to help, and Iris simply landed back down, realizing that her attempt to break through the golem's defenses had been in vain. In a split second, she had to rush to the rescue from the monster, realizing that now the situation required not only strength, but also dexterity and the desire to survive. Kazaka realized that they had apparently angered the golem and realized that they should retreat. To successfully win, they would need to attract more allies and join forces. The Kazakh was saved by Iris, and she could not understand why she was saved, because her life could simply be sacrificed in this dangerous situation. The Kazakh woman only laughed at the girl's reaction, realizing that the mysteries and secrets of this world can be unpredictable, causing different feelings and reactions. Kazaka said that Iris herself knows perfectly well why the girl saved her, adding to the mystery of this situation, in which there is something more than what is visible at first glance. Kazaka said that Iris herself knows perfectly well why the girl saved her, adding to the mystery of this situation, in which there is something more than what is visible at first glance. Charlotte was amazed, unable to believe that the man had willingly chosen to become a zombie based on his own choices. Rui felt that if he became a zombie, his life and memory would last forever, forcing him to think about the cost of such a choice. Rui felt that if he became a zombie, his life and memory would last forever, forcing him to think about the cost of such a choice. However, in most cases, others break down psychologically as they experience their body breaking down into a disgusting state. But he asked not to express sadness, since the fact that they came here is already his reward, bringing him joy and satisfaction. Then he decided to continue the explanation, revealing to them even more secrets and details of his amazing story. The mural depicts the hero and 3 others as the hero's team, considered the strongest in history, giving the group new perspectives and potential in their adventure. This reignited Charlotte's interest as unread pages of their history began to unfold, revealing endless possibilities and exciting secrets for her and the group. Information about them remains only here, but his memory seems to be starting to fail, creating a mysterious combination of valuable details and some kind of hole in his memories. Information about them remains only here, but his memory seems to be starting to fail, creating a mysterious combination of valuable details and some kind of hole in his memories. The man decided to start with the one to the right of the hero. Her name is the Fairy King Titania, introducing a new character into their story with an exquisite and mysterious name. Next, to the left of the hero is the King of the 3 Worlds, Balmung, representing another powerful character who has power over the 3 worlds in their exciting history. Rui inquired who the King of the 3 Worlds, Balmung, was, seeking to uncover the secret and essence of this mysterious ruler in their own epic. Rui inquired who the King of the 3 Worlds, Balmung, was, seeking to uncover the secret and essence of this mysterious ruler in their own epic. Charlotte could not believe what was happening and asked the man for an explanation, wanting to solve the mystery and restore a cloud of forgotten memories. Balmung was the strongest fighter on the hero's team, giving their alliance incredible strength and skill in battle, making him a key player in their history. Rui decided that he would later ask Wolf about Balmung, seeking to fill in the gaps in his memory and unravel the mysterious details of their own saga. And in the last position was the Snake Queen Achinda. According to the records, she had a unique ability to see the future. She was the Queen of Lamias, half humans, half snakes. And in the last position was the Snake Queen Achinda. According to the records, she had a unique ability to see the future. She was the Queen of Lamias, half humans, half snakes. The girl, as well as the guy, unfortunately, did not have the opportunity to hear about her earlier, as if their worlds had forgiven each other, leaving an emptiness of untold stories in their hearts. Perhaps they were trying to keep secret that he had non-human allies, implying that revealing this fact might alleviate discrimination between non-humans and beastmen. There was probably a reason, but perhaps it was better not to be deeply sad about it, leaving the mystery alone and trusting the flow of life. There was probably a reason, but perhaps it was better not to be deeply sad about it, leaving the mystery alone and trusting the flow of life. He was lucky enough to be in a key place where it was possible to find the key to unsealing the endless hell, as if a secret door led to the solution to a painful riddle. He was lucky enough to be in a key place where it was possible to find the key to unsealing the endless hell, as if a secret door led to the solution to a painful riddle. The man brought intrigue into the conversation, giving a hint that he still had something unsaid, as if revealing a page of his life full of secrets and unexpected turns. If someone in trouble needed support, the man should turn to his partners for help as the last thread of salvation in a maze of incredible events. Rui was faced with misunderstandings, unable to figure out which partners the hero was talking about, as if trying to unravel a tangle of secrets wrapped in mysterious threads of the past. The man finally revealed his cards, sharing that their friends were attacked by a golem, as if a sudden darkness had fallen on their serene world, causing excitement and anxiety. When he easily returned back, both questions arose, as if a mystery hung in the air that needed to be solved, their gazes mixed in search of answers. This was all that needed to be told to the man. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but when it came, he suddenly felt loneliness, as if a mysterious secret carried not only answers but also sadness. Wrapping his arms around Charlotte, he expressed gratitude to her for everything, as if at that moment words became unnecessary and the feelings found their response in the silence of the embrace. Wrapping his arms around Charlotte, he expressed gratitude to her for everything, as if at that moment words became unnecessary and the feelings found their response in the silence of the embrace. The man said goodbye with his last words, noting that the girl had the blood of a hero flowing in her, as if a mixture of courage and determination flowed in her veins, which supported them in this world of secrets and dangers. And then, literally, he seemed to crumble, disappearing into space like a shadow, taking with him mystery and heroic metamorphosis. Having made up her mind, she decided to inherit his desire, as if a spark of determination had awakened in her heart, ready to sparkle in the name of continuing the extraordinary path. Having made up her mind, she decided to inherit his desire, as if a spark of determination had awakened in her heart, ready to sparkle in the name of continuing the extraordinary path. Kazaka began to explain why she decided to save the girl, as if his words revealed the depths of her kindness and determination, deserving admiration. Iris still could not comprehend the meaning of the words that she herself knew why Kazaka made such a decision, as if the secret of her motives was hidden in the impenetrable depths of her inner world. Iris still could not comprehend the meaning of the words that she herself knew why Kazaka made such a decision, as if the secret of her motives was hidden in the impenetrable depths of her inner world. And just at that moment, a golem attacked them, threatening to destroy everyone together, as if a whirlwind of events suddenly took a dangerous turn. And just at that moment, a golem attacked them, threatening to destroy everyone together, as if a whirlwind of events suddenly took a dangerous turn. The girls were ready to escape, because they had the means to escape quickly and efficiently, as if they skillfully wielded the tools of their freedom in this tense moment. The girls were ready to escape, because they had the means to escape quickly and efficiently, as if they skillfully wielded the tools of their freedom in this tense moment. Mila suggested at least standing silently in the corner of the room so as not to attract attention, otherwise they risked preventing their escape. Max glanced decisively at the girls, trying to assess the situation from the corner of his eye, as if his vigilance was aimed at maintaining the safety of the entire group. Max's face expressed anxiety, indicating that he was lost in incomprehensible circumstances, as if the worry in his eyes reflected uncertainty and the lack of a plan of action. Iris realized that it was time to take the situation into her own hands, otherwise they were in danger of death, as if the responsibility for the survival of the entire group fell on her shoulders. She then decisively approached the enemy, preparing to attack, as if her eyes sparkled with determination to change the course of events in their favor. However, the golem's reaction was amazingly fast, and it easily identified the girl, as if its attention was so penetrating that it gave them no chance of evasion. Iris was already preparing for death, without even attempting to defend herself. As if acceptance of the inevitability had arisen in her heart, she faced the threat with wise calm. Iris was already preparing for death, without even attempting to defend herself. As if acceptance of the inevitability had arisen in her heart, she faced the threat with wise calm. The golem, as if immersed in the world of a mystical slug, is covered with an incomprehensible sticky mass that has changed its appearance, as if the breath of a mysterious natural entity has penetrated its stone body, turning it into a mysterious creation. Max, with alarm in his voice, rushed to them and, perking up, asked if they were carrying any misfortunes, as if his caring gaze could change the course of fate or at least give comfort. Iris, with open eyes of disbelief, refused to believe that they could stand in the way of the golem, as if she were faced with an undeniable force turned into an unsolvable mystery. The sticky bomb, a mysterious tool of adventurers, had its own special magic, its effect lasting only a few minutes, like a short burst of magic that could change the course of adventures in the blink of an eye. The sticky bomb, a mysterious tool of adventurers, had its own special magic, its effect lasting only a few minutes, like a short burst of magic that could change the course of adventures in the blink of an eye. Mila, with caring in her eyes, began to deftly bandage Iris's leg, as if wrapping thin loops of care and friendship around her, trying to shed light in the dark moment of healing. Iris, looking at them in bewilderment, did not understand why they stayed, because strategically it would have been smarter to simply slip away, as if retreating from danger. But perhaps there was something in their decision that eluded her gaze. Max, wisely deferring to Iris's better judgment, refrained from arguing as he admitted that she was indeed right, as if calling for wisdom in making inevitable decisions. In fact, it had always been the case that they preferred to leave, as if taking with them traces of an unknown past, but now, perhaps, something in Iris forced them to stay, breaking the usual ritual of flight. In fact, it had always been the case that they preferred to leave, as if taking with them traces of an unknown past. But now, perhaps, something in Iris forced them to stay, breaking the usual ritual of flight. However, when they saw Rui, they wondered if they should accept this lifestyle, as if noticing something in his fate that made them question the meaning of their own actions. Remembering his childhood dream, Max suddenly realized that he had once dreamed of becoming an adventurer, as if resurrecting in his soul the spark of adventure that had been forgotten by years of routine life. Remembering his childhood dream, Max suddenly realized that he had once dreamed of becoming an adventurer, as if resurrecting in his soul the spark of adventure that had been forgotten by years of routine life. The girls were also fired up with the idea, eager to demonstrate their abilities and strength to everyone, as if they had gathered the fire of determination within themselves, ready to write their name in history. Now they had a better chance of defeating the golem, as if by combining their strengths and skills, they had created an unstoppable alliance, ready to face even the most severe threat. The golem came up with the idea that setting the sticky on fire could free him from it, as if an idea was born that could seemingly change the outcome of the battle. Realizing that in this situation it was better for them to give in for now, the girls decided to retreat temporarily, as if strategically choosing the moment to retreat in order to return with renewed vigor. At this time, Max laughed and assured that there was nothing worth fearing, as if his fearlessness was like a shield protecting from the shadows of fear. Iris, deciding to trust the guy, eventually saw him draw a slingshot, as if in his hands this simple tool turned into a powerful weapon, ready for action. Iris, deciding to trust the guy, eventually saw him draw a slingshot, as if in his hands this simple tool turned into a powerful weapon, ready for action. Max, confident in his choice of weapon, remained deaf to Iris's objections, as if his stubbornness was stronger than the opinions that divided them. Max boldly fired a smoke bomb, as if creating a veil of mystery behind which he could hide his movements and muddy the situation, anticipating the golem's moves. The girls were relieved that Max would now join their fight, as if his decision to fight alongside them had given them a new surge of motivation and strength. Kazuka handed Mila a mysterious potion, as if unspoiled forces were concentrated in this mysterious liquid, ready to reveal themselves at the right moment. Frederick expressed his gratitude to the girl and admitted that he had not counted on their help, as if in their kind actions he had discovered unexpected support and allies in a harsh struggle. Now they faced a final challenge, an all-or-nothing battle, as if they were preparing for a decisive battle where every action could determine the outcome of their adventure. Now they faced a final challenge, an all-or-nothing battle, as if they were preparing for a decisive battle where every action could determine the outcome of their adventure. He resorted to using the slippery ball as if creating a clever tactic that allowed him to maneuver around the golem and dodge its powerful blows. And this indeed brought positive results, as if their cunning and joint efforts were effective in the fight against the golem, opening the way to success. And this indeed brought positive results, as if their cunning and joint efforts were effective in the fight against the golem, opening the way to success. Mila assured Max that he could rely on her, and then used her magic, as if turning her words into reality to support him in the decisive moment. Max also realized that even an A-class monster couldn't stand up to such a combo, as if his experience and powers of observation told him how powerful their combined actions were. But alas, unfortunately, the monster was able to rise to its feet, as if its strength and tenacity allowed it to recover from the blows, causing a new turn in the battle. Max couldn't believe their plan didn't work, as if disappointment and bewilderment showed in his eyes despite all their efforts and the strength of their combined approach. Luckily for Max, Iris was there to save him, as if her quick and decisive intervention was a bright spot in their battle-filled story. Max couldn't believe at all that the girl had saved him, as if surprise and recognition of his vulnerability were reflected on his face, meeting an unexpected feat. Max said that he now owes the girl for his salvation, as if acknowledging the debt and expressing gratitude for her selfless support in a difficult moment. But Iris simply did what came naturally to her, as if her kindness and willingness to help were a part of her nature that did not require special thanks. At that moment, the girl remembered Kazak's words that she herself knew why she saved her, as if secret motives and internal changes began to appear in her mind. At that moment, the girl remembered Kazak's words that she herself knew why she saved her, as if secret motives and internal changes began to appear in her mind. She couldn't concentrate. All her thoughts were spinning in her head, and suddenly she realized that you didn't always need a reason to save someone. She just wanted to do it and express her concern. When she fights with someone, the strength and feelings stir within her, as if her heart beats in time with the fight, giving strength and determination to the battle together. And so now Iris is serious, as if her inner fire of determination has burned brighter, preparing for a new wave of battles and challenges. Now it was time for her to teach the monster a lesson, as if determination sparkled in her eyes, ready to teach him what he did not know how to expect. She was completely determined to defeat the enemy, as if a formidable hymn of determination sounded in her soul, ready to fight to the end in this battle. Iris athletically dodged the monster's attacks and smoothly walked around it, as if dancing to the rhythm of battle, her grace becoming a weapon in the fight against the enemy. Iris athletically dodged the monster's attacks and smoothly walked around it, as if dancing to the rhythm of battle, her grace becoming a weapon in the fight against the enemy. And then she completely resorted to using a bloody sword, as if in her hands this sharp blade had become a continuation of her inner strength called to fight. And she planted it right in the monster's eyes, as if with a precise blow she had chosen the key point to strike, creating a short-term chance in this battle. This blow was undoubtedly strong and powerful, as if its energy filled the space, leaving a clear mark on the power dynamics of the battle. To the girl's surprise, she noticed that the monster began to attack itself, as if its indestructible will to fight had an influence on its behavior, creating a new turn in the course of the battle. Iris really didn't expect things to turn out this way, as if the monster's unexpected reaction to her blow had left her feeling surprised and uncertain about the fight. The guy provided the girl with a regeneration potion, as if his concern for her well-being had become a priority in their joint struggle, calling on the forces of restoration. Max began apologizing and calling himself useless, as if his mind was overcome with guilt and helplessness, absorbing the weight of responsibility for the course of the battle. Max began apologizing and calling himself useless, as if his mind was overcome with guilt and helplessness, absorbing the weight of responsibility for the course of the battle. After all, thanks to Max, she was saved from certain death, as if the recognition of his role in their destinies became a bright note in the dark plot of their adventures. And then, as if out of nowhere, Rui appeared, as if a mysterious character had introduced a new element of surprise into the course of their events, diluting the everyday routine of the battle. And then, as if out of nowhere, Rui appeared, as if a mysterious character had introduced a new element of surprise into the course of their events, diluting the everyday routine of the battle. The protagonist immediately began using magical analysis, as if his mastery of magic was the key to uncovering secrets and recognizing potential threats in the world around him. The protagonist immediately began using magical analysis, as if his mastery of magic was the key to uncovering secrets and recognizing potential threats in the world around him. The monster managed to fight it off with the magic seal stones, as if demonstrating its strength and ability to resist the effects of magic, causing bewilderment and concern. Now he understood why he could not win, and then he decided to finish him off with something interesting, as if an idea flashed in his eyes that could change the course of the battle. Rui was ready to launch his attack, as if his readiness to fight transformed his appearance, creating an aura of determination in the face of this inscrutable warrior. The guy used a technique called Space Slash, as if his mastery of magic manifested itself in creating a temporary hole, providing new opportunities during the battle. And oddly enough, it actually worked, and the monster fell, as if surprise and relief were mixed in the faces of the heroes, realizing that they were on the verge of victory. And oddly enough, it actually worked, and the monster fell, as if surprise and relief were mixed in the faces of the heroes, realizing that they were on the verge of victory. Rui immediately began to check if everyone was okay, as if his concern for the well-being of his friends manifested itself in vigilance and readiness to support. Rui immediately began to check if everyone was okay, as if his concern for the well-being of his friends manifested itself in vigilance and readiness to support. Rui was glad that Frederick and Kazaka were okay, as if relief washed over him, making sure of the well-being of his friends. Kazaka said that if he was going to praise her, then it should be done with Iris, as if her laughter and slight mockery created an atmosphere of friendly jokes. Iris said that she always believed in Rui, that he would return, as if her confidence in him became the unshakable foundation of their friendship. Iris said that she always believed in Rui, that he would return, as if her confidence in him became the unshakable foundation of their friendship. And just at that moment, Charlotte returned, as if her appearance was an unexpected turn in the course of events, adding mystery to their adventure. She said that Rui was great for being able to deal with the monster, as if her praise gave Rui a new shade of respect and recognition for his skills. She said that Rui was great for being able to deal with the monster, as if her praise gave Rui a new shade of respect and recognition for his skills. It's always the oddballs who like the guy, like Max, as if Charlotte were expressing her playful side towards their unpredictable friend. Max shouted that the dungeon began to fall off, as if his exclamation pierced the air, a harbinger of a new danger and a call to action. Between the shadow of hope and the emptiness of fear, in the bottomless labyrinth of their fate, the unknown bubbles, and if they do not get out, their dreams will be buried alive under a pile of unknown circumstances. Beyond the limits of everyday life, which usually reveals a way out, this time the prospects disappeared, as if they were eclipsed by the darkness of unpredictability, and then only the heavy silence of the unknown. And suddenly, like an explosion in the dark sky, the main character suddenly remembered something that turned out to be the key to the solution, opening the way out of dark hopelessness. The information that appeared in memory turned out to be like a key to a closed castle. It was a dungeon, a building designed to store the hero's secrets, where a testing golem, the guardian of hidden mysteries, awaited those who penetrated. The information that appeared in memory turned out to be like a key to a closed castle. It was a dungeon, a building designed to store the hero's secrets, where a testing golem, the guardian of hidden mysteries, awaited those who penetrated. Max was questioned about whether he happened to have some item in his possession, and there was a shadow of suspicion in this question, as if the key to the solution might be in his hands. Max had the item, but he understood that its use required permission from his partners, because even in a dark labyrinth, the powers of united minds turned out to be important. Max revealed the secret. It was a magic stone of movement. He explained that under the influence of magic, this stone is able to transport them outside, opening the door from the darkness of the dungeon. Max revealed the secret. It was a magic stone of movement. He explained that under the influence of magic, this stone is able to transport them outside, opening the door from the darkness of the dungeon. The stone's capabilities were limited. The protagonist had to carefully select only 3 partners, whose strengths and skills would make them a team capable of overcoming the dark obstacles of the Dan. The main character expressed gratitude to Max, but admitted that it was difficult for him to make a choice, and the decision about which partner to take with him was left hanging in the air. The hero, full of determination, did not want anyone to suffer harm because of his guilt, and this burden of responsibility pressed on his soul, making the choice even more difficult. The hero, full of determination, did not want anyone to suffer harm because of his guilt, and this burden of responsibility pressed on his soul, making the choice even more difficult. The Kazakh and Charlotte, with bewilderment in their eyes, could not recognize what decisions the guy was about to make, and their incredible adventure depended on this moment. The Kazakh and Charlotte, with bewilderment in their eyes, could not recognize what decisions the guy was about to make, and their incredible adventure depended on this moment. There was a knowingness in Iris's expression, as if she had knowledge of what the guy was about to do, which added to the mystery and excitement in the air before the unpredictable turn of events. Gathering all his strength, the main character offered all his energy, directing it to save his friends, as if trying to bring down the walls of a dark labyrinth and free the captive souls. Iris realized the whole point. This beam is capable of destroying magic, and if the dungeon is created from magical power, the hero could simply erase it with his unique beam, clearing the way forward. Iris realized the whole point. This beam is capable of destroying magic, and if the dungeon is created from magical power, the hero could simply erase it with his unique beam, clearing the way forward. Exhausted, the guy exhaled and declared that now everything depended on the strength of the name, as if at that moment the meaning of his words was revealed in the air, saturated with tension. Kazaka proposed a plan. They could take off with the help of her 18-meter friend, like a natural union with the power of the wind, providing them with an unexpected path to freedom. Naturally, they were all full of joy, realizing that they were able to escape danger and escape from the ominous mysteries of the dungeon, feeling within themselves the excitement of sudden deliverance. Arriving home, they said a friendly farewell together, as if each of them had carried into their hearts a piece of the adventure that had bound them forever on this incredible journey. Arriving home, they said a friendly farewell together, as if each of them had carried into their hearts a piece of the adventure that had bound them forever on this incredible journey. Having learned from the head of the hostel that he still had not returned, he could not believe that the guy returned so shabby, remembering their conversation in the forest. Having learned from the head of the hostel that he still had not returned, he could not believe that the guy returned so shabby, remembering their conversation in the forest. The teacher, having fallen into experimental methods of treatment, used incomprehensible means, because of which something was pinching the guy very strongly, causing him to doubt the choice of the teacher. The teacher, having fallen into experimental methods of treatment, used incomprehensible means, because of which something was pinching the guy very strongly, causing him to doubt the choice of the teacher. Surprisingly, the teacher was informed that his potion was really performing well, which was confirmed in practice and turned out to be true. Next, the main character had to arrange a bath for himself, lie in warm water, and hopefully sleep in the hope that all the troubles would disappear. Next, the main character had to arrange a bath for himself, lie in warm water, and hopefully sleep in the hope that all the troubles would disappear. Waking up, the guy decided to go in for sports, trying to awaken his body and get away from the memories of the strange events of the previous night. And at this time, his good old friend the parrot flew to him, spreading joy with his bright feathers and cheerful cries. So, in addition, with some exotic fruit in its beak, the parrot brought not only joy with its shrill greeting, but also with the aroma of mystery. It is clear that the main character was glad that they brought him fruit, and thanked his feathered friend for the unexpected morning treat. But it was time for Rui to go to school, and she said goodbye to the parrot, in an amazing mixture of joy and anticipation of new adventures. Kojiro apologized for the suddenness, but announced that today was the last lesson with him, instilling mystery in the upcoming farewell and leaving behind many questions. Although they spent little time together, it was definitely worth it, filling their lives with vivid memories and unexpected turns. Although they spent little time together, it was definitely worth it, filling their lives with vivid memories and unexpected turns. Rui was slightly in a stupor because she could not understand why everything was happening this way, and the mystery of this oncoming world only increased her misunderstanding. He was wondering why the teacher was in a worse mood than usual today, and he thought about the possible reasons, sensing something mysterious and unknown in the air. The man, in principle, carried out his duties, but in the eyes of his students there was a shadow of some unknown mystery, making his ordinary actions more mysterious. The man, in principle, carried out his duties, but in the eyes of his students there was a shadow of some unknown mystery, making his ordinary actions more mysterious. It's clear that the guy was happy with what he heard, saying that the stand needed to be made even better, and deciding to go practice to bring his skills to perfection. Next in line was Prince Yuri, and everyone around him was curious to see what lessons of skill and secrets the mysterious teacher might reveal to him. Next in line was Prince Yuri, and everyone around him was curious to see what lessons of skill and secrets the mysterious teacher might reveal to him. He brought a staff to training, ready to learn not only swordsmanship, but also master other types of weapons, adding variety and uniqueness to his training. The teacher said that he would now attack, and Yuri needed to try to defend himself. Following his instructions, there was a tense atmosphere in the air, full of expectation and challenge. Yuri was serious about this training, believing in every movement of the teacher an opportunity to gain a new level of mastery and improve his skills. The teacher noticed that the guy had a good stance, and his gaze was confident, emphasizing his readiness for challenges and a thirst for mastering new techniques. It is not clear why the teacher regretted him, because in his eyes one could read pride in the demonstrated level of training and the desire for improvement. But still, the teacher decided to start sparring with his student, creating an atmosphere of competition and an opportunity for Yuri to show his skills in battle. Yuri was slightly alarmed by all this, but prepared for the sparring, feeling inner strength and determination to cope with the challenges posed by his teacher. Well, it's clear that Kojiro, in turn, was calm and confident. The master, rushing forward at the speed of light, threw out his first attack like a master of instant embodiment of power and movement, creating a whirlwind of power. Yuri, as easily as the wind, will not give up his position like an unshakable guard, standing like an impenetrable wall, calmly preparing for the inevitable meeting. Joy filled his heart for being able to defend himself, as if a bright sense of pride had ignited within him, emphasizing his ability to ensure his own safety. Joy filled his heart for being able to defend himself, as if a bright sense of pride had ignited within him, emphasizing his ability to ensure his own safety. In the blink of an eye, the teacher's gaze changed dramatically, as if dark shadows were replaced by bright light, revealing the secrets of his true intentions. Then, like an instant of irrevocable fate, he hurled the killing blow towards the student, leaving a trail of mysterious strength and determination in the air. Then, like an instant of irrevocable fate, he hurled the killing blow towards the student, leaving a trail of mysterious strength and determination in the air. Everyone present was frightened by what was happening, as if a sudden shadow of fear enveloped them, causing their hearts to beat louder in confusion at the unforeseen threat. Everyone present was frightened by what was happening, as if a sudden shadow of fear enveloped them, causing their hearts to beat louder in confusion at the unforeseen threat. Kojiro said goodbye to the guy, as if in this farewell there was not only a finishing touch, but also some kind of inexpressible weight of unspoken words and unknown experiences. Rui came to the defense of his friend, who did not allow himself to easily kill the guy, as if his determination blocked the teacher's path, turning the moment into a struggle of destinies and friendship. Rui came to the defense of his friend, who did not allow himself to easily kill the guy, as if his determination blocked the teacher's path, turning the moment into a struggle of destinies and friendship. He could not understand what all these events meant, like a mysterious puzzle where parts of an unknown picture remained unsolved, entailing excitement and doubt. Here Yuri's guard already appeared, who could not understand at all how the man allowed himself to do this, as if his bewilderment was expressed in a lack of understanding of what was happening before his eyes. He promised to kill the man, as if his words carried an unwavering determination, thundering like a thunderclap, a harbinger of an inevitable collision. The main character asked the guy not to give in to anger, as if his wise words sounded like a gentle whisper in a storm, warning against reckless actions. After Rui whispered something to the guy, he instantly calmed down, as if the mysterious words of a friend quickly dissipated the clouds of an internal windbreak. After Rui whispered something to the guy, he instantly calmed down, as if the mysterious words of a friend quickly dissipated the clouds of an internal windbreak. Finally, he only asked her to protect us all, as if his plea sounded like the last hope in the unsteady dance of fate, slowly revealing its cards. Finally, he only asked her to protect us all, as if his plea sounded like the last hope in the unsteady dance of fate, slowly revealing its cards. Just a few seconds later, Iris appeared behind the guy, as if her appearance was an unexpected ray of light penetrating the darkness of the struggle, bringing with it hope. Just a few seconds later, Iris appeared behind the guy, as if her appearance was an unexpected ray of light penetrating the darkness of the struggle, bringing with it hope. Wolf was furious, because he could not understand why in such a situation it was impossible to influence in any way, as if helplessness enveloped him like a dark veil. But Charlotte asked the guy to calm down, because he was not alone, as if her soft words were a caress that dispersed the clouds of indignation in his soul. It's a pity that it was dishonest, but nothing can be done about it. You just need to look and remember, as if there was wisdom hidden in this wrong moment. It's a pity that it was dishonest, but nothing can be done about it. You just need to look and remember, as if there was wisdom hidden in this wrong moment. Charlotte silently begged the guy to be okay, as if her gentle thoughts penetrated his soul, calling for inner peace. The guy said that he spent little time with the teacher, but he, worried about them, turned out to be real to him, as if an understanding of what was important in this regard was ripening within him. Kojiro said that not everything is so simple, and they will not understand anything, as if her words sounded mysterious and an unknown secret shrouding what was happening. He asked the guy to leave for health reasons, in addition noting that he did not want to harm anyone except the prince, as if his words sounded like a desire for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The teacher's blow seemed fatal, but he needed to make sure that the guy's breathing stopped, as if a heavy shadow of uncertainty remained in the air. It is clear that the main character could not allow him to leave, injuring his friend, because he did not yet have a reason to attack the teacher. It is clear that the main character could not allow him to leave, injuring his friend, because he did not yet have a reason to attack the teacher. However, he had his own reason for this, as if a fire was burning inside him, fueling his motivation, but its essence remained in the shadows. If he blocks his path, he will pass with force, as if an invisible wall was in front of him, causing him to become determined to destroy it using all his power. If he blocks his path, he will pass with force, as if an invisible wall was in front of him, causing him to become determined to destroy it using all his power. Well, now Kojiro simply had no choice, and he needed to get rid of Rui. A split second later, he disappeared from the guy's field of vision. And in an instant, it appeared right in front of him. This maneuver looked impressive. Well, it's clear that Rui had a good reaction and was able to dodge it. He began to repel all enemy attacks and did it skillfully and professionally. And all this was thanks to his teachers in the form of friends and sister and Rio. But the teacher's blow had its fruits, and Rui even moved a couple of meters. He realized that he would not be able to hit the teacher at close range, and he needed to move away. Then I decided to use a technique called Big Flame. The ball of fire moved closer and closer to the teacher. It was indeed a well-trained magic, but did the main character really think that he could take a teacher with it? It was indeed a well-trained magic, but did the main character really think that he could take a teacher with it? He then used magic and was still able to repel the attack. But the teacher said that there was no time to be surprised. Doing what the enemy doesn't like is the basis of battle. He was sure that if he continued like this, he would definitely be able to defeat the guy. Then the teacher realized that the guy was becoming stronger during the battle. In addition, he can remember its movement at incredible speed. Rui learned by memorizing from his little sister and Rio. Then the guy completely gave up on his feet and was ready to continue the fight. He wanted to move away and switch to magical attacks, but he does not have enough speed to move. Thanks to the shuffling of feet, it was difficult to predict the teacher's next action. He just needed to find his weak spot and hit him there. The teacher has already said goodbye to the guy. The man felt some hot air around him. He couldn't figure out what it was or who it was. The guy decided to use a space cut, as in the case of the stone monster. It was a good move, but only if the guy could hit the teacher. After such a blow, the guy could no longer stand on his feet and fell, coughing in his own blood. Kojiro decided to check the prince's breathing and just go their separate ways. He pointedly said in front of the other students that he didn't like to kill without a good reason. If they leave, he will not harm them and will leave them alive. Kojiro realized that he simply had no choice. Rui was still able to somehow wake up and tried to persuade the man to stop. Either it was memories or he really was transported to endless hell, but the very essence is that the guy was in endless hell. The girl said that the guy had become much stronger, but he still lacked something. This something was determination. If he gets into his world, he will have to face it. A situation may also arise when he has to kill the enemy. Rui said with a kind face that it is not necessary to put his life on the line. If we talk, he can understand him. The girl said that his kindness is his strength. Therefore, in this case, he does not need to get lost when he fights for life and death. Rui managed to whisper words of forgiveness from the girl Rio. And then he began to get up completely in order to continue the fight and not let the man win. Rui found the strength and motivation to get up and continue the fight. The guy is shaking all over, but is still ready to continue the fight with the teacher. Rui was determined. He wanted to put an end to this lawlessness. Kojiro asked for forgiveness for treating him like a child and will now accept him as an obstacle to his goal. The teacher was ready to strike Rui again. But to the surprise of everyone, the guy was able to easily repel this attack without using a weapon, with his bare hands. Kojiro couldn't understand how Rui managed to do it so easily. He was confused because his movements were very careful. Kojiro will notice that Rui's number of hits has changed, which means that he has become stronger. The main character realized that he needed to use a third attack technique called Saranui. This blow was really strong and unexpected for the teacher. The man immediately fell to his knees after such a blow, and the guy immediately began to thank him because thanks to him, he learned the horror of war and true determination. The man immediately fell to his knees after such a blow, and the guy immediately began to thank him because thanks to him, he learned the horror of war and true determination. And with the help of this power, he will overcome the teacher. Kojiro did not expect such a surge of strength from the guy. He was not ready for it. He became too strong. Kojiro couldn't believe that willpower changes people like that. He became too strong. Kojiro couldn't believe that willpower changes people like that. The man noticed changes in the guy's face. Rui realized that this is not just like that and they give him strength. The main character remembered how in Endless Hell he said that when they were training, he noticed that she began to defend herself faster than he began to attack. The girl was happy about this because it meant that the guy became stronger and that he noticed it. It's called the Dragon's Eye and only the strongest of dragons have it. Unlike the magic eye, it also sees life and qigong, muscle tension, and movement. With this, you can understand how the enemy will attack. Rui was upset when he learned that only dragons could wield it. But the girl made him happy and told him that he could have it too. Her blood flows inside him, and thus he can also use dragon qigong. Rui was really glad that he too would someday have the dragon eye. Then the power of dragons will definitely save him. Rui was grateful for these words and Ryo's lessons. It is clear that for Kojiro, this meant that he had even more problems. It is clear that Rui will not just stand there and began to defend himself. The main character needed to jump back, but he didn't hit. He hoped that everything would work out. On top of that, Rui literally managed to cut off the teacher's hand during his attack. The main character asked whether Kojiro was ready to continue the fight since he could no longer use a sword. After these words, Kojiro became completely furious. Even if he is covered in blood or dirt, he must win. But Rui also has his own reason. All his friends and people dear to him, he is obliged to protect them. Their battle will go down in history as a legendary confrontation. He became stronger in order to defeat the teacher. Kojiro lost his arm and now this. But Ryu cannot lose no matter what. Rui was ready to use the Dragon Star Fist. Kojiro was wondering if the guy could stop his ace in the hole, Giant General's sword. This is magic that only magicians with a general mark can use, but on the way to save Ryo and her sister, there will probably be even stronger opponents. Rui, with inner tension, gathered the last bit of determination in himself to deliver the final blow, feeling a growing wave of energy ready to spill out at the moment of the solemn embodiment of his determination. Rui, with inner tension, gathered the last bit of determination in himself to deliver the final blow, feeling a growing wave of energy ready to spill out at the moment of the solemn embodiment of his determination. Kojiro admitted that the guy turned out to be much more complex than it seemed at first glance, and agreed with this, encountering unexpected depth and strength in him. Kojiro admitted that the guy turned out to be much more complex than it seemed at first glance, and agreed with this, encountering unexpected depth and strength in him. Rui, feeling the weight of responsibility for his friends and loved ones, was ready for anything, feeling an unshakable determination within himself. Rui, feeling the weight of responsibility for his friends and loved ones, was ready for anything, feeling an unshakable determination within himself. As a result, he will be able to avoid Kojiro's attack and carry out his own, which will show how masterful he is in his strength and dexterity. And, as expected, the blow was too heavy for Kojiro, who simply passed out, unable to bear this crushing blow. Rui attributed his success to Ryo. Thanks to her, he gained the determination that allowed him to overcome all difficulties. After some time, everyone worked hard together, trying to save Kojiro and bring a change to the current situation. Fortunately, with their joint efforts, they managed to bring Kojiro back to consciousness, restoring him after the fight. The guy apologized immediately after waking up, having previously warned that the next moments would be painful. Lona proceeded to use High Hill, providing the boy with the healing he needed to recover from the fight. The man was surprised to see how she was able to restore him simply by casting a spell, because even experienced healers usually need several hours for such a restoration. The girl wondered if it hurt, but despite this, she skillfully continued her work, creating a healing spell with grace and skill. Kojiro expressed outright surprise at Lona's professionalism and skill in healing, clearly admiring her skill. Kojiro expressed outright surprise at Lona's professionalism and skill in healing, clearly admiring her skill. Kojiro couldn't believe that he was able to move his arm again. Now new prospects were opening up for him, and he realized that he would be in debt. But the guy himself also seeks to understand what the point is when Kojiro, at the end of the battle, found himself under his protection. But the guy himself also seeks to understand what the point is when Kojiro, at the end of the battle, found himself under his protection. It was as if he had conceded, as if he was deliberately aiming for defeat, giving the impression that his goal was to concede in this battle. Having lost the battle, he realized that the most important thing now was to take the prince to the hospital, because the chances of saving him were extremely small. Approaching him, Yuri asked him not to worry, trying to calm him down and support him despite the current situation. In fact, the main character gave him a magical artifact, revealing a secret that could change the course of events. Thanks to the substitution medal that the adventurer in the dungeon provided him with, he managed to escape, avoiding the danger that awaited him.